King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Hilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle. And everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it, especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey, and saved Salvation. But can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn. Lovely. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, and welcome all to a Saturday stream. It is August 13th, 2022, and it is day 25 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron Oracle of War, Season 2, and I believe this is Part 4 of Season 2 Oracle of War, The Last Word, as we continue on with Season 2. I should say, actually, to be fully accurate, The Last Word is the second part of 3 of Season 2, but it is Part 4 of this section. So that's how this all works. Thank you so much for the sub, Aranth. Also, thank you to Trendane for the earlier sub. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yes, we are here and ready to go. So I hope you folks have had a pleasant Saturday. I actually had the chance to spend some time with family, did a little bit of work, spent some time with family, went to a water park with my daughter, so that was a good time, and just got back and then prepped and set up and got ready as we continue with with this amazing adventure. So I'm excited to be able to join you and the crew of Infinity and Beyond for the first time since before Gen Con. So before we go any further with that, though, a couple of reminders about ways to support the stream. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Please make sure to check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, and please do subscribe to us over there. We really appreciate that. !Arv Tweets is my Twitter. Please follow me over there. I always post on things when I'm going live and other various things related to my life in all sorts of capacities. And of course, the website for this is arvaneleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop is my merchandise area. !Arv Treon is the Patreon, where you can get stuff to support yourself. You can get cool stuff like a character background written for you, an epic poem written about you. You can also get stuff, one of my band's albums. You can also get stuff to help and support the channel as we continue to go onwards and upwards, sitting at 21 patrons, 200 per month as we speak. And you can also get inspirations to help our players. You can as well do that if you subscribe to the channel at the tier 2 or higher level. And I have reset the inspiration list, so we are set to go as we go charging ahead into the month of August. So please feel free to use them tonight if you so wish and desire, and if the opportunity presents itself, as our players navigate this ball full of intrigue and things like that. What's up, Hillness? And yes, the backer kits went out today, where the Kickstarter backer kit is now live and available, and I'll talk about that actually now. Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade is my novel Greyshade, which came out in May. And the Greyshade Kickstarter, to which Hillness is referring, is both the sequels, that's Renegade and Heretic, and then also the 5e RPG, and also an audiobook from Tren, plus a cool collector's coin from Norse Foundry and stuff like that. So the backer kit is now up and running, I believe, and is now available. So you'll be able to check out that backer kit. If we don't already have it linked, we'll make sure that we get it linked soon. And if you missed it and did not have a chance yet to get in on Renegade, Heretic, or one of those other things, you'll have the opportunity to do so. So please consider doing that and checking out Greyshade when you can. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help, and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, Ukraine, which is designed to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war being conducted against their sovereign nation. This is a small way that we can help those folks as they continue to fight bravely and effectively against this invading power, which is doing so illegally. So all of that kind of stuff is really appreciated as well. Schedule-wise, tonight we've got Last Word, of course, as I said, more of Oracle of War. Tomorrow we have got some Speculate coming your way as Brandon O'Brien returns with The Strange Friends, and we'll be doing some Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire, so you'll definitely want to check that out. Then we'll be off on Monday, and on Tuesday we have Adventures in Middle-earth coming back at you, plus some Talisman Adventures that'll be happening Tuesday on GOG as I return after a 2-week absence because of Gen Con, as I return to GOG and Pen and Pixels. So that'll be happening on Tuesday. We'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday we have Court of Blades, and I will be another Speculate event in which I am playing. We'll be doing that on Friday, and then Saturday, although this is still a little bit up in the air because it depends on player availability, but at the moment we have Eberron scheduled. Again, that is subject to change because we may have a player conflict of schedule, but at least we know we've got tonight, and that is the important thing. And then other stuff down the line, but you can check that out on the calendar. And yeah, I'm very excited to what the rest of August looks like as we move forward. It's going to be really exciting, a good time. I am happy to get back in the saddle of the more sort of standard schedules that we've got going on with the channel. With that said, though, I am now going to unmute myself and apologize if I did happen to interrupt anything that the wonderful players were talking about. Then I'm going to unmute them, and last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the power of the Infinity and Beyond Ziggurat, and that is, of course, the Oracle of War Ziggurat cams only thing that we've got. I saw 3 of these folks actually last week in person, which was great at Gen Con. One of these people I did not see, and I still have to meet this person face to face, but Tren and I will somehow make that happen at some point. I am determined, bound and determined to make that happen.
Y'all are still welcome up to my house.
Yeah, well, listen. The same applies to me. As you folks are always welcome here at my place. But yeah, I'm hoping that we'll be able to do a full in person event at some point. With that said, Tren, I hope you're hanging in there okay. How's life with you and everything, and who are you playing and all that good stuff?
Well, while we were in the green room and very early on when you were still just your static image and you were muted, and I don't think John or Marie had joined the call yet. No, Marie was definitely there, and I was trying to correct the zoom on my camera, and I wound up zooming way in on my face. So if you want to do a face-to-face meeting, we can both just hit zoom until we can see our individual pores, and
Yeah.
everything will be fine.
I had a student who did that with one of my remote classes where it was always a little comfortable because they were always like, "Professor," and they're always like, oh. And I'm just kind of like, you can take a step back. It's okay to, you know.
They have a scene like that in Miss Marvel, where
Oh
she's
yeah.
on the phone with her grandmother who's in Karachi, and like she's holding the phone like she's talking on a phone, but she's on camera, but she's like on FaceTime. So it's just this huge fisheye lens thing. And Kamala's like, Nani, you can move the phone away from your face. It's fine. And it's just really
It's
funny.
funny.
Yeah, who am I playing? I am playing that guy, Thane Miatanton. No, he's not Thane. Miatanton Tegashal Decaneth of the House of Making. Um,
Man, you make a guy a Thane in one campaign, and all of a sudden he's just like, you know what?
hey,
It's Thanes all the way down. It's just
You're a Thane, and you're a Thane, and
you're
you're
a
a Thane.
Thane.
it's
And
like,
Polythane.
in that game, Amal has a dog. In this game, I have a dog, so I don't see why
Very true. So totally similar elements.
we can't have Thanedom, between the two. Anyway, yeah, and he is a battlesmith artificer, which is why he has a steel defender named Spanner, who is right down at the bottom of the gangplank, basically, just waiting for Tanton to club a mage over the back of the head and whistle really loud.
Yeah, I like to think that he's got just the ready and waiting gaze, just like right up the gangplank is my image. But I'm excited to see how things happen with Tantin, Spanner, and company. Always a pleasure to have Trent with us. Also a pleasure to have Marie with us. As I mentioned, of course, Marie Bilodeau was there at Gen Con at the Writers Symposium, and we talked about we were on several panels together talking about writing life and I think the difference between writing as an art and writing as a business, something along those lines. And then there was one on social media and all that, which I was glad to be able to have Marie for. And then Marie was doing other stuff all weekend, so it was great that we got to see her. Marie, how are you? And how was the trip back and everything? I know you told me in the green room, but for everyone else? How was the trip back? And who are you playing tonight?
It was a lot of fun. I really love Gen Con. My favorite part, though, or one of my favorite parts of Gen Con was turning to you after the author social on Saturday night and convincing you that you were all alone in your panel the next day in your critique session until you actually looked.
I was because by that point I did so much schedule stuff on and off, like because we had people moved in and out that I just totally believed it. I'm just like, it's
You
quite
did.
possible.
I sold it. I rolled high on my deception
You
score.
you sold it. You
I
definitely
did,
deceived me.
yeah.
And you will
you
pay the ultimate penalty today. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Dear, we're very negative here.
Why was Merime hit by multiple darts all at once from seemingly every angle? I don't know.
For no reason.
For no
I was
reason.
thrown
Fireball
overboard.
in a magic free zone. What the?
What the heck was that? I would understand though. I mean, I did enjoy that moment a lot. And the journey home was good. We're at the point right now, and I should give you a baking update. That's only fair. We're at the point right now where there's a lot of zucchinis and a lot of extra root vegetables. So the root vegetables actually get incorporated into the baking. So it's an exciting time here. So Carrie makes an excellent zucchini bread, but she tried for the first time ever a chocolate beet cake.
Chocolate beet cake.
It is freaking amazing, except we were her mom's over visiting. So we were all trying it and seeing if we could taste the beet. And there were some pieces of the cake where we could taste it and some that we couldn't. So it's an ongoing experiment. We'll continue it tomorrow. We're very excited, but it's very delicious. Yeah. And they're making pickles right now. So this is good.
So you're saying that Carrie laid down the beat that all of you. Thanks. I'll be here all week.
At least you didn't drop it, I suppose. So,
Didn't drop the beat. You don't want to drop the beat.
You don't. It's not when you're making a cake. It's
Now
true.
we lost Trent again. We talked about this, Greg.
It's good times. It was worth it. It was worth it.
We'll just be down one player. And today I am playing only because Trent has returned. Only because Trent has returned, I just said. I am playing Mirime Hawksmoor. I am a College of Swords bard, a Kalishtar. I also have a high deception score as a
learned.
bard.
Yes.
As
Rolls
we've
over in
learned.
real life. Yeah, exactly.
It just rolls over in real life. You should see my sleight of hand. It's really nice too. And yeah, I am very excited for today because and I'm also playing. I love my entire party, and Jen's character Nisiana is my sister, and we bought matching earrings with different colored bits at Gen Con, which we're both wearing tonight. So we are freaking awesome.
I saw that. I love it. I feel like there's an organic cosplay coming on that seems to be developing over time. All I need to do is have you folks constantly come to cons together, and then the costumes will build up over time until you just fully, it'll be good stuff. I am excited. I'll be like, why can't you do this anymore? Well, I spent all the money from selling books on buying things, shopping with either Jen or Marie respectively, but it was all worth it.
Life is good. It's worth it. Come on.
Always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Thank you, Marie. And also a pleasure to have the aforementioned Jennifer Brozick with us. Jen, I hope you are doing okay as well. And that you do have a little bit of money left over after the shopping spree that Marie forced you into for all these things. How are you doing? How's life with you, and who are you playing today?
Life is good, except I'm still jet lagged to hell and back. But we're not letting that stop us with everything that's going on in life. We have a refurbish of our garage, which means we are currently emptying our garage into a pod so that we can have that redone.
Mm-hmm.
And we've redone the cat room. Well, I should say, when I say we in that regard, my husband. I sold out all my books. I did not spend all my money. And I believe I have cracked the code of my style of shopping and Marie's style of shopping.
Okay.
Yes.
Conventions. So
brilliant.
I do some preliminary scouting, and then I pick like 4 places that I want to go, usually all the way across, like aisle 100, aisle 600, aisle 1500, aisle 2800. And then we make our way to those 4 spots in a haphazard random way based on whatever is going on.
So you actually have a system of order, but you make it appear as if you're doing this in a very organic way.
It's still a little bit chaotic. Like, we didn't actually start at 1. We started at 1500, and it was all John's fault, actually.
Okay. Well, that's usually the case.
You
I was
ruined the
introducing a writer to him. And then I was like, we're at 1600. It'd be stupid to not stop at 1500. So.
See, I was helping, but you're closer there. That's how that worked.
Well, it was which way do we go? Do we go all the way to 1 and then back to 28, or to 28 and then all the way back to 1? Or I don't know. We did it. We bought stuff. It was very nice. People from Origins remembered us in the booth. She's the one who brought out these earrings. She's like, I have these 2 pairs of earrings that haven't even made it to the floor. Would you like them? Like,
and
sold.
We did.
They were beautiful. They
Nice.
are beautiful. I like them. They make a very satisfying little tinkle.
Mm-hmm.
I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco of the House of Healing. She is a halfling cleric. And I have some thoughts. I've had some time to think about what I had said to Lord Olivier, and I'm just like, oh, I need to go back and have another conversation with him. At some point, maybe during Hilar's speech or after, or I don't know, we'll see. Otherwise, again, I am very jet lagged, but I'm doing well.
I'm glad. And it was good seeing you as well. I am happy to have you back in our game here tonight.
Oh, and I convinced Marie after she did that thing to you that she was moderating the one panel she and I were on.
Oh,
that was before the thing.
Oh,
when I came on.
I was going to say, like,
good.
You leverage the deceiving me into getting Marie to do something for you, and I see how that all works out with the moderating.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I had to get it out somewhere then. Maybe Jen
Is that what it was?
inspired me.
Yeah, it was Jen's
fact.
fault. Right, clearly. And it was Jen's fault, which, as we learned, started as John's fault. So it really is all John's fault.
It's
It
all
is all
John's
John's
fault.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Agreed.
Always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And speaking of John Helfers, good to see you. How are you? How's life with you? Yeah, Hilness mentioned that he only got to see you at peak time in Catalyst. I did get to see John when I was hanging out with Jen and Marie and John and Brandon, and I think Emily, and Emily was there, and I think and I think Chris was there. So we had a group of people we were hanging out, and that was it. That was the only time I got to see John all weekend because we were just both busy doing stuff. So how are you, John? How was your trip back and all that? And how was your Gen Con? And who are you playing tonight?
So first I got to scratch a couple of writers off my list, and they're blaming me for everything. So that's
Exactly.
to take care of. Trent can stay though, because
You wish.
he's wiser, remains silent. Secondly, Greg, I can't believe you forgot the guy who's slowly taking over your channel. Brandon was also there.
No, I said Brandon.
Oh, did you?
Mhm.
Oh, I guess I didn't hear it then.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
All right. So, yeah, that was a great time, and I'm glad we got to spend that time together. And so
Yeah,
my first
Chris
time in
was there too.
2 years.
Sorry.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
said
I did.
Chris.
I mentioned that at
That
the
I
end. I was
caught.
like, I think it
That
was
I caught.
Chris. Yeah.
Chris, Emily, Marie, Jen, myself, and Brandon,
Yeah.
and you.
Yeah.
So it was a good time, and thankfully we had that time because, as you said, that was it. And
That was it.
I am sorry you couldn't. I mean, you were more than welcome to come in. Obviously, even at peak time, I would have been happy to say hello. And I'm sorry I didn't get the chance to say hi to you. So but yeah, first con in 2 years. First time meeting Marie, which is awesome. We now have a book sending and drinking stories. That's pretty good. On Monday, that was fun. It was great to see Jen again. Great to see Greg and everyone else. Met some new people, as he said. Hopefully, adding some new authors to my stable. Hey, I gotta come up with a better word for stable. Stable's not really a nice thing. To my repertoire, my list, whatever you want to call it.
Harem.
No.
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 No. That's worse as far as I'm concerned. Anywho, yeah, it was a great time. We did very well. As Illness is right, though, it was peak time for most of the time there, except Sunday it finally slowed down, so I could slip off to the floor for like a half hour. Other than that, from open to close, it was on the floor. And it was terrific. It was a good time. So yeah, it was great seeing everybody. Looking forward to doing it next year. And I am playing Eberron, the Starforged Warforged. And if someone can find, relatively inexpensive Warforged armor for me to do the costume, there you go. I'll be there because I'm not even close to tall enough, but I'll make it work.
Well, elevator shoes, like, chat can get on that. We've already had dice made and sent to us.
This
that
is
was
true.
reflective of it.
This is
So
true. Yeah.
I think there's no reason why we couldn't expect to see a full suit of Starforged armor show up at your door.
That would be sweet.
Just repurpose the inflatable Irby.
There you go.
That's true. That was, that was very impressive. For those who don't know what he's talking about, there was this massive inflatable mech outside
that was
the
ours.
convention center, which was Catalyst. And I literally was just sitting there, and I was one of those things, because at Gen Con, there's so many like standees and signs and stuff that sometimes they all kind of tune it out. But all of a sudden I'm like, the hell is this thing? It is this massive like inflatable mech. And I'm like, okay, I think Catalyst is doing pretty well. I will keep that in mind when we talk to John about some of the petty cash drawer money that Catalyst could send to people. No, it was very impressive though.
Sponsorships, sir. Sponsorships.
Yeah,
There
no,
you
I
go.
know. Listen,
Exactly.
all right.
I'll look for a picture. I believe I took a picture.
I
of us.
I just put one in there.
Thank you. Yes.
It was
the
impressive.
other dude,
Yeah,
but
it
I
was
didn't
impressive.
know.
Just wait till next year. Now we have to top ourselves. There's several companies said we won Gen Con with that, but now we've got to do it better.
It was
And
pretty
we will.
sick.
And we will. Oh, it's just the start. And
Atlas.
that is, yes, actually, that's I think what we're going to try. And by the way, that is, for those who saw it live, it was technically life size. If the urban mech actually existed, that is how tall and big it would be, and it is rather impressive.
What I wanted to know was like the amount of like guy wires and like the like sandbags and everything that were weighed down, plus the blowers that were being used to set the thing up. I'm like, this thing felt to me, I was a little bit surprised that the convention center was like, yeah, sure, you can set that up. I can't imagine what could go wrong with this thing. Like, it's just any gust of wind I was worried about, but you had that thing tied down.
Security overnight too, because it's Gen Con. So yeah, we made sure. The funny part was, in the beginning, I don't know if anyone got pictures of when it was genuflecting towards the church that was across the street, because the one blower wasn't enough to keep it inflated. So which was hilarious on its own. And then we got another one and put it up there and fixed it. But for a while, it's like, well, it's a very religious mech apparently. So there you go. It was literally like bowed over. half inflated, and it was
This is a
jokes were made at its
metaphor.
expense.
No.
Yeah. So there you go. But yeah, we got a lot of positive, and like I said, bigger and better next year. I'm pushing for you. We heard it here first, folks. I'm pushing for at some point we're going to have the booth be an entire drop ship. Just you walk in, you will all be jumpsuits the whole 9
Sick.
yards. I don't know if we're ever going to do that.
That would
It's a
be
joke,
having
but if we could make that happen, it would be awesome.
Oh my goodness, that'd be awesome.
Hey, if TSR could have a castle, we could do a drop ship.
Yeah,
which,
like, and if
you know,
if freaking eBay can have a 2-floor setup on the freaking floor Gen Con, I'm
Right?
like, listen,
Right?
come on, let's have a game and come at eBay. What the hell? Like,
dude, dude, did you see the eBay game they were giving out Sunday
No.
for free? Yes. I can't remember what it was called. I saw it. I nearly had an aneurysm. I'm not kidding. On the floor. I saw someone walk by and I was like, excuse me, can I see? I pulled out the eBay game, all the excitement of bidding online for things with none of the payoff.
Oh,
Wow.
I kid you not.
Wow.
I nearly
Oh, wow.
died.
That's
It
No wonder
was-
they were
amazing.
giving it away, and then people were giving that away to other people. Like, apparently became a game of hot potato to see who had to leave with it.
You thought the Burger King Sony game was bad, but now eBay.
I thought the Wendy's D&D was bad. And honestly, I should have gotten a copy so we could like break it out and play it. And I was like, this is ridiculous.
Wow.
Oh, we would have made it fun.
It's just, oh my God, that's true. This is true.
That's freaking
But it was good to
hilarious.
This group
see.
would've.
Catalyst setup was impressive, and I'm glad
Yes.
things went well for you.
Yes.
And
Thank
I
you.
was glad to see everyone there, and I am glad to have us back here, back into the mix. And accordingly, let me fire up just a little bit of music here. Let's see. I'm thinking a little bit of maybe like that.
I'm
Probably
going to close a
works
couple of
bit.
doors. I'll be right back.
Throw a couple of these in, and that should be good. All right, good. We don't want to overdo that. Excellent. Okay, so in our last session, Sneak King, that was so creepy though, Rudnell. I watched that. Oh, so creepy. Anyway, in our last session, the fine members of the King's Citadel have come to the city of Rote, which is the capital city of Breland, and they have come here because they have been sent to try to stop a plot, or at least that's the theory. Flamewind, the Gynosphinx, who seems to know everything about everything, or at least knows a lot about the Draconic Prophecy, has interpreted some of the lines that the party found from the aforementioned Oracle of War, the incredibly powerful artifact that sort of led the King's Citadel hither and yon, and still has much more obviously to be said as a part of this. And one of those lines of prophecy was that there was going to be an attempt made here during this particular ceremony that could plunge the nations back into war. And specifically what we're talking about here is the anniversary of the signing of the treaty which ended the last war. And so there are representatives from all the major nations that are here on this ship. Security is incredibly tight, but not too tight for several enterprising spies and an enterprising crew of people who do the jobs that no one else can do, as the opening intro says, and that, of course, is the King's Citadel. Once on board the ship, they found a number of interesting characters. There was, for example, the character of Cesaria. Thank you, Nonstop, for the Tier 2 sub. I was about to say there was the character of da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Thank you, Nonstop, so much. I appreciate it, man. Tier 2, 60 months. Good God, 5 years of Tier 2 support. That is really impressive. Thank you so much, Nonstop. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you. So the party tracked down several people. First of all, on board the ship, they ran into Balthazar Idranots, an aged minister of war who is a copper dragonborn. And in fact, I'm going to come back to Balthazar in a minute because Balthazar is actually started some boulders rolling down hills, so to speak, that we talked about at the very end of our last session. They met Cesaria Erstarn, who was the daughter of the city's governor, and as the party later discovered, Cesaria may have had some other things going on, and we'll talk about the implications of that in just a minute as well. They met Lyra Kinley, who is the elderly matriarch of a large family of halfling wine merchants, not the, nicest person on the block necessarily, not the sort of smoothest operator, but someone who seemed to have her head on straight and kind of figured things out a little bit about how the party was going to operate as they went along. There was, of course, Mercusia Ergon Tarilli, who is the youngest daughter of the Speaker of the Braelish Parliament, who was dressed in this riot of purple and was sort of oh my goodness, and I just cannot believe, and da-da-da-da-da type of thing, as the party tried desperately to keep on course course, which is always difficult apparently where Mercutio is involved. And there was, of course, Olivier or Volet, a nobleman who, from all intents and purposes, was there simply observing, was from, originally was watching there and was originally from Thrain, and is just sort of looking up and watching things. But the party has begun to wonder a little bit about Olivier, and I believe Nisiana, I believe Jen already made reference to Nisiana's things about Olivier. There was an interesting discussion between the two of them. And last but certainly not least, Tybalt Erstarn, who was the eldest son of the governor of Rote, Lord Connor Erstarn, and is the brother to Caesarea, and was not impressed by the way that his sister was acting or by the people around his sister, but had given a poem, a poetry recital, if you will, a 10-minute elegy of When the Sky Burns. And it was during the recitation of this poem that Merime, and I believe it was Merime, Nisiana, and Ilarion, who tracked Caesarea down the stairs into the hold of the ship, where it turns out that Caesarea was planting a letter in the cabin of one Mr. Olivier Volet. When they went in and took a look at that letter, and actually let me see if I have... Let me just double check if I've got that letter right here. 1 second.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
let me jump over the map screen because I think I do. So let's go over there. Okay. So there is this, there is this, there is this. Oh, yes, okay. So I believe it was... Oh, I had it in Roll20. That's why I'm not finding it. I was like, why am I not seeing this? Okay. And this is why. Okay. So... make sure that I've got that right. That's not the one. I did share this letter with you, right? I'm not crazy.
We have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
There we go. I found it.
It was all the red, and
Yes.
that gave the secret code.
There we go. So that is actually what it is. And let me make sure that it is visible on the player's screen as well.
The big screen, yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
So, there we go. And this was a letter which Merime was able to discover was actually coded. And the letter, do you still have what the code read, Merime, by chance?
I did. I had to write it down so I could actually read it back. My love, I fear for your safety. You could be killed. She is a spy, but so are you. I leave when the fireworks go off. Orsino, my love, come with me.
So the party knew immediately that they had a star-crossed lover situation going on, somewhat literally in this case, star-crossed lover situation going on, and they also knew a little bit about this situation with the spy. They already knew there was a spy. Now they know that there's multiple spies, and they have to figure out which is the right spy, which is the wrong spy, whether they want to stop the spies, how are they going to confront the spies, and they have some theories about how they're going to do that. After Merime was able to find that, was almost caught, actually. Nisiana, Larry, and Merime were doing a little bit of Scooby-Doo coming down the stairs and doing this at first. While this was happening, Tantin was in the midst of trying to figure out how far off the edge of the ship this anti-magic shell, basically, this bubble actually worked by throwing a bunch of plates. And we were talking about the fact that this felt very much like a cross between, I don't know, like sort of like the frustration of trying to... I don't remember what the first comparison was. I just remember we were talking about Tron as being a big sort of part of the comparison as you were chucking these plates off the side of the boat. And as you were doing that, Merime and Ilarion and Nision were doing this other stuff. Finally, they came back to the front, to the top of the boat, to the top deck, at which point the aforementioned Balthazar, they were about to talk to Olivier and talk more to Olivier and try to speak to Olivier and perhaps some others, get some more information from Caesarea and the like. But before they could do too much of that, a speech began as Balthazar Odronats, the copper-born dragonborn that I mentioned, began to deliver speech honoring the generals who fought in the last war, finishing with, "But I see someone there who should come forth and speak, and who has more honors than many of those here can claim to have. Hilar Brosal, please speak to us." And that was the moment where, dun dun dun, we put this on pause because although the party knew that Hilar was supposed to be somewhere en route, they had not yet seen Hilar on the ship. And as it turns out, as the party, as we bring things back to the present, as the party is looking there, as you turn around, assuming you do, you can see Hilar Brissal walking past and sort of brushing past everybody. Now, Tanton, you probably noticed this first, despite possibly being distracted with other things with the plates, because as you go by, Hilar sort of brushes your arm and then does winks at you, but only so that you'd be able to see, just as you're walking by. And then the rest of you can see him as well. You have never actually seen Hilar Brissal look like this. Now, Hilar has looked like he often wears like a duster or something like that, right? And he's got this really kind of Western sort of, I'm out here on the frontier doing what I can. Even when he was in Sharn, he always felt a little bit like he was a fish out of water. He looks entirely different in this situation. He walks up and he is dressed in full sort of military honors. He has got medals and ribbons and, epaulets off every kind of thing you could imagine. And he also has a ceremonial sword that is hanging by his side. Probably the only one who's ever seen him like this might have been you, Merime, but even then, this doesn't happen much because he's normally in the field. And Hilar isn't one of those people, all of you know, who's like, well, let me talk about how great I am. That's not Hilar's game. But he is dressed in, for it this time. He walks up and you notice, Merime and Laren and Nisiana, that he just sort of glances at you, but just very briefly before he moves to the steps to step up on stage. Go ahead, Merime.
I just want to give a point of order that Merime was going towards Caesarea, and I was near Hilar when that happened, but Nisiana and Ilarion were going towards Lord Olivier. So we'd actually split the party that way.
Okay.
With Tanton there. So I was the only one immediately beside where that happened.
Beside where Hilar would have been. Okay.
Yeah.
All
so
right,
just as a point of order.
So
and it should be noted also that as many ribbons as he thinks he's got, I'm certain that Merime has more.
yeah, in terms of overall ribbon volume, I think that's definitely
Not
true.
Impressed.
Yeah, exactly. But it's true, Renell. He has ribbons dangling from his epaulets, and they have epaulets, like ribbons do. It's just epaulette ribbonception all the way down. So yes, fair enough. So he does. That's true. So he does brush past. That case, I would say then that the wink probably is reserved for you, Merime. But it's clearly intended not to. He's not clap you on the back. He's very clearly trying not to reveal your presence specifically. So he comes up on the deck of the ship, and actually let me get his, where'd he go? I'm going to jump over to Salvation for a minute so I can get his token. Where'd we go? I don't have his token because he had left Salvation because of things. How about here? Damn it, Hilar, where the hell are you?
Is he on the train with us?
He might have been.
Was he? Maybe.
That's why I said, was he?
I can't remember if he went ahead or whatever.
He was on a train, but not the A train. No, he wasn't in the Morning Dead. I know he's here someplace. Oh, I know where I can find him. I found him. Yes. Okay. Let's copy. There we go. Lovely. And all right. I want to give a sense of where he is. Let's actually.
He's upside down.
Turn the right way. Yeah, that's where I picked him up. Is where he was. Okay. Oh. So he comes up on the deck, and he looks around at all of you, and he says, Oh, what's up, Dragon Spirit? Tier 2 sub also for 60 months. Thank you. This must be the time that the 5 years is coming in. Thank you so much, everybody. Amazing. Thank you, Dragon. I appreciate it. Good to see you, man. So he comes up to the front deck and looks around and he says, my honored lords and ladies, it is a great pleasure to see all of you here. It is perhaps testament to what we have been able to accomplish so far, that our nations have, to this point, managed to work together for common purpose. And his eyes flicker downwards. It might just be members of the Citadel that you might think that his eyes are flickering in your general directions, plural. That might be the case, or maybe it's just, selective bias. But in any case, he quickly comes back to it and says, And I think it is important to recognize what we have lost as well. Many good people died in that war. Many good people that I cared about deeply. And I know that all of you feel the same level of loss. We must celebrate what we have achieved, but we must never forget what it was that we lost in the process of getting there. And there's some, polite applause. Now, I'm curious, while this is going on, Marimé, you were heading, you said, towards Olivier, right?
Towards Caesarea,
Towards
and the other two were
Caesarea,
heading
and the other
towards
two were heading
Olivier.
towards Olivier, right?
Yeah.
So, I would like Alarian and, let's see, Nisiana. I'm going to ask you, please, to make a perception score for me, a perception check. But you can do this, though, at +3, each of the two of you.
Okay.
And Tantan, I'm going to come to you in a minute because I want to find out what you're doing as well.
That'd be a
13 plus
21, Bob.
Okay.
Well, your name is
Yours
Greg.
is
not
21.
Bob.
Wait, yours would be 26. Mine is at 13.
Oh, you're right. 26. I was adding from the base 18.
I was going to say, according to roll 20, I see a 23 and a 10. But
Yeah.
if you mean 3 in addition to that, then.
Yes.
Okay. So I would say, Nisiana, you think you see Olivier sort of looking up and then moving away. But not at you, but like sort of as if like looking up to see what the crowd is doing and then sort of moving away. But clearly, Alarian, you notice not only that, and that is that you can see Olivier going into the same door, basically, that Caesarea had gone.
Which I will inform Nisiana of.
So just to make sure that I understand, the door where she went down to drop the letter.
Right.
Okay.
So, which is over the stairs down, basically over here. I should say stairs more than door, but it's the stairs down there.
Well, in that case, I'm going to want to end up being fairly close to outside that door so that I can snag him for my last little bit of inspiration or advice that I have, like, I thought of this. Also, now that I know about the letter, have a couple more little things that I would like to say to him.
Okay.
But he's going to talk to her now.
No, that was the letter. That was
She left from, and he's now going down there. Is that
right? Remember that she left, and it was not
Okay.
immediately. It was she left some, not like
Okay,
hours,
okay.
but she
No,
left
no,
a little
no.
while ago.
So he's
okay,
probably-
now he's going to pick up the. Yep, got it. Good thing we didn't take the letter.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You took down the code, but you didn't take it with you.
No,
so.
we did not take it with
Yeah.
us.
So basically, I'm going to spend my time getting over to the door.
Okay. Are
I'm
you
not gonna be
trying
pushed-
to reveal? Are you trying to be careful, as in not revealing that you're heading that way, or are you not paying much attention to that?
I would like to be. I hate saying this. I'd like to try to be subtle about it.
Okay.
Walk casual.
So I was going to say subtle in a let's stealth it up type of way.
Not that subtle.
Not that subtle, but unobtrusive is the word that
There you go. We've probably
I
got
would
it.
like to be unobtrusive, but I am.
We've probably got a good 3 to 5 minutes before he comes back. So if we
Yeah.
headed to the table, you got a snack, then so like, oh, we ended up near the door. Oh, there it is.
That's kind of what I'm doing. It's just I'm moving in that general direction so that when he comes out, I can intercept him.
Right, we're not making a beeline arm if that's what you think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um.
And of course, I'm just following her. There you go.
Okay.
Like a flag. Where's
An
Nisiana? Where's
8-foot
the giant
flag.
thing?
Hey, at least it's easy to spot wherever you are because they can look for me.
So let me have you move your 2 tokens down there.
Yeah.
I will come to Marimé in a minute. First, I want to ask about Tantan. So you were chucking the things and now are sort of looking up as this speech is continuing from Hilar. What are you doing?
One of the other things that we had done towards the end of the last session was, or at least one of the things that Tantan had done, was come to the presumption that that section of the gunnel that what's his name had gone over and leaned against, where what's her name had been there moments before.
Right.
That the easiest way to sneak a weapon onto the ship would be to put it there before they ever started, bringing people on board.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's basically going over to that spot to see if he can see if there is a weapon hidden there or if there was a weapon hidden there.
Gotcha. Okay. So let me have you make your way over there. Also, Shadow Mage, thank you as well for the 5 years, 60 months of Tier 2 support. It's good to see you, Shadow. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay. So you make your way over there. As you're doing that, Marame, you were heading towards Caesarea. Now,
Yes.
Hilar is still going on, although seems like he will be wrapping up fairly soon. And Balthazar has been, standing next to him. It looks like occasionally like really fascinated, but also like very anxious to introduce like the next 5 generals to talk about 5 other awesome things that happened during the last war, that sort of thing. And so is waiting as Hilar is continuing. So I guess what I want to know is what is your plan and the contingency for it? Like, you're planning to talk to Caesarea, I understand, but then if the speech just comes to an end, like, what are you going to do? Are you trying to make it over there very quickly to speak to her before something else happens, or are you trying to be more chill about it? That sort of thing.
I don't want to draw attention to myself, and I am playing the role of a handmaiden, so I think I would be more I wouldn't be racing towards it. I'm definitely going to keep my focus on Caesarea.
Okay.
And I'm going to go kind of chill towards it. And if the opportunity arises that I can slip a word to Hilar, I will take it. But right now he is kind of taking the spotlight away, so I'm enjoying that moment of moving towards Caesarea.
Okay.
But I'm not going to be. It's not my place to intercept a noble lady.
Okay. So you're going to make your way over there with her. Okay, well then let's jump back then to Nisiana and Alarion. Once you get down to the stairs, you're going to proceed down, as we have discussed previously, to the mid-deck, to the main deck, I guess you could say.
I actually hadn't planned to actually go down the stairs.
You're just
but-
you're just waiting on the
We're
stairs?
waiting for him to come back up. Yeah,
Yes,
actually,
because if
right.
he's got to have time to go down there, read the letter, just
Ponder his life choices.
Right.
ponder his life choices, and when he comes back up, then I can be like, I've thought about this. I've been inspired by our conversation.
Gotcha.
Here's
But if we
my
startle him down
thought.
there, it'll put him on edge and make him less receptive to her persuasion.
That is my thought.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So then if you're going to do that, which is fine, then as you wait by sort of like, seeming to wait, but not actually really seeming as if you're really trying to wait type of thing, by the stairs, then I'm going to jump up to Tanton, because by this point you will have made your way over to the part of the deck that you wanted to check, or the part of the ship that you wanted to check. So now, important question, Tanton, what kinds of things are you looking for there? Obviously like weapons, but like, what does that mean? What sorts of types of weapons would you be looking for under what circumstances as you're standing near the railing of the ship in this one area?
Well, we know we're dealing with assassins, so small, quick, deadly, probably poisoned sorts of things, specialized daggers.
Okay.
And such, and possibly vials of poison, because it doesn't tend to persist very long once it's been applied to the blade. So, yeah.
When you go over there to do that, are you trying to, same question I guess I had about how obvious you're being about trying to search for it. Are you kind of being surreptitious about how you look for, like investigating for these items, just like knocking on boards and stuff like that, or what?
Well, he's been chucking plates off the boat for a while.
It's true. You've established yourself as a strange person, so now you can.
I'm an organic skeet shooter. Is what
That darn plate chucker, I swear.
Well, I was just giving a speech every so often. Tanton's like, pull, and then just.
Well, is every punctuation with sploosh?
Yeah,
Splash.
exactly.
Sploosh.
one of the wait staff comes over. It's like, sir, what are you doing? And the plate, and it sails out and starts glowing. It's like,
Let me get you more plates, sir.
yes.
Let me have you make oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No.
I was going to have you make an investigation check. I am going to have you do this at -3. Because the way in which you're doing it is, it's going to be difficult to track down. I know exactly what you're doing. You're making the right call. It's just going to be difficult to track down, if they are in this area or not.
0. No, well, I mean, I rolled a 3, got an 11, so whatever that is.
So looking at an 8. Yeah, you carefully look around the area, the side of the ship, and the railing and sort of down below. You don't see anything or feel anything in particular that seems like it might be weapon-like. But one of the things that strikes you, Tantan, as you're looking through this is
a maul.
Yeah, one strikes you as a maul from the assassin. No. One thing that strikes you is that this whole scenario is going to be it's going to be very difficult to figure out, because anyone who is somehow good enough to get past this very impressive anti-magic shell, which in your experience, this is being done by a pro. Like, this is very, very good work, basically. Anyone who's able to do that is probably going to be in a position where they might be able to conceal things so cleverly on board this ship with a lot of other people. So it's very, very, you're looking at it and kind of like, so your suspicions remain, but you don't see anything or, find anything in particular here that would seem like a weapon.
And he'll start making his way back towards the mage that he triangulated is the source of the casting.
Okay. As you do that, thank you, Hilness. Good call. I forgot that you used the inspiration during the live play. So as you make your way back, Merime, at this point, I would say that you've arrived alongside Caesarea, and as you do so, I think you probably would be able to make an insight check based upon her behavior.
I like insight checks, especially as I do them at advantage. Oh, I'm very insightful today.
Very insightful.
Right now.
So with that 21, it's very obvious that Caesarea is sort of distracted from the speech that Halar is closing in on wrapping up, and every so often is just kind of like kind of looking slightly over her shoulder back towards the stern of the ship.
Okay, back towards where I went down and found the letter.
You got it.
Okay, so she's obviously waiting for him to either find the letter or seeing what he's up to. I'm going to walk up to her. Play casual.
Okay. You can do that. She's not really, has not even really noticed your presence yet.
That's fair. Lady Caesarea.
Yes. What can I do for you?
My
You're
deepest...
Merime, yes? The handmaiden for Lady Nisiana Jarasco, yes?
I am. I am honored that you would remember me. Thank you so much. May I bother you for 1 second?
Only a second.
Of course. My lady, who has deep insight into matters of the heart, seemed to think that something troubled you, and that perhaps you would like to speak to her at some point, or know that you have supporters here and friends willing to help should you need them.
I don't. So she kind of looks at you and her eyes narrow a bit.
Innocence.
Like, yeah, right. And she's like,
Big eyes.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean when it regards matters of the heart. Those seem to be private matters, I would think.
Of course.
You'd be surprised.
One would
you,
never
sir,
assume...
are far south.
Yeah. On Twitter, you see. My lady would never assume otherwise, only that she was concerned for you, for she thought that you were someone quite lovely and, of course, of note here, and she just feared for your heart, that's all. She does so with everyone. She cares, and she wanted me to tell you that should you need assistance from her, she would be happy to get you a drink or chat with you, of course.
From behind you, you hear, "Is this person bothering you, Caesarea?" And you turn to see Tybalt, her brother, coming up with several glasses of wine. And he says, Who is this? And Caesarea blinks and says, no, this is Merime Hawksmoor. She's the lady in waiting for Lady Nisiana Jarasco. And Tybalt kind of, yes, well, My sister and I are actually quite busy at the moment with other matters, so if you'll excuse us. And is basically like giving you the prepared to turn shoulder type of thing, you know.
Oh, if only I had my sword. I will
Suck it, you arrogant. Cover blown, like.
Richard scum.
Right, exactly. Mermaid yells, "Eat the rich!" Halar just face plant, just
Throw him overboard.
face palms, and just like.
Free from the ability.
I just want you to mage hand slap him across the face. The dual sir.
If only there was magic. Instead, what Merimee will do is she will lower her hand in acknowledgement, look to Lady Caesarea, thank you for your time, of course, and I will move aside to look like I'm interested in whatever is happening with the war heroes, but I will keep a side eye on Caesarea and her brother.
Okay. As you do so, you notice that Tybalt's gaze lingers on you a fair bit of time, like just kind of, and Caesarea sort of looks as well. And seems again sort of distracted and looking back over her shoulder, but like Tybalt is now the hovering, hovering queen bee, so to speak, like just right there the whole time, and seems
So
to be looking at you, taking you in, taking the measure of you, might be the way to say it.
Whether or not I'm screwing with his sister, or
Yeah, that's the impression you get, is like, what do you, get the hell away from my sister type of thing, is the impression that you get.
I will look demure and interested in what all the old war boys have to say.
This is fascinating. I love this discussion. When they talk
I'm
about the
learning so
170th
much.
Regiment, yeah.
This is so great. Where's my sword? My magic. I demand it. Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh, us being subtle, not easy to do.
It's yeah. So right as Halar is just about to wrap up, Nisiana and Alarian, you hear steps coming back up, footsteps coming back up the stairs.
I'd been scanning the crowd. When I hear that, I turn back and focus attention on what Nisiana's about to do.
What are you about to do, Nisiana?
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait until he actually exits the door before I
Trip him. Trip him. Oh, sorry. Wrong game.
actually no. You know what? Actually, if I remember correctly, there was a privy down here, right?
There is, yeah.
I go for the door.
Okay. So as you are walking down, he is walking up, and he he comes up and is sort of as he walks up, you can see that he has this troubled look on his face. And I need you to make a perception check for me, please.
Can it be an insight? I'm so much better at
Not
this.
an insight. No, this is about
All
when you
right.
notice him doing something.
Do I get to make one as well, since I'm still following her?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter the privy. I'm still going. So yeah. All right.
18.
Nice.
Good. A 9. So,
You see the back of Nisiana's head. You're
Well,
like,
yeah.
Well, that's fascinating.
yeah.
So far
Nisiana,
away,
way too down those stairs. Yeah.
You see Olivier, as he comes up, furtively slips a rolled parchment into the breast pocket of his robes. And does this just a split second before he looks up and sees you. And, yes, Lady de Jurasco.
My apologies. I had necessary. Please excuse. Actually, based on our previous conversation, I had a bit of a thought.
What would that be? He seems a little kind of like distracted.
When it comes to tradition versus the heart, I have learned through many experiences of my own and others that you must always choose love. And that is all my thought is for you. Please excuse me, I must away to the... And I kind of point at the privy.
And as you walk past him, he says, "It sounds like something you would read in a book." No, he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that.
And Alarian just looks at him impassively and floats on by as he's following her outside the privy, not into
Okay.
it. But,
So he
doesn't say a word.
he walks up the stairs. He does. You can maybe tell that his step has slowed a bit, maybe, Nisiana, just for a moment, before he
Always choose love.
continues up and then out. No, when you get down to the privy, the aforementioned privy, presumably you're not actually going to the privy.
I'm actually going to go into the building, the room.
Okay.
Close the door. Okay. And then I'm going to exit. I'm just gonna like take a couple of moments in there to kind of be like, oh, that was close.
Okay, let's move you over to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna come into the privy, be there for a couple of moments, and then exit said privy.
Okay, whoops. I
Okay,
had a
I
table
think
for no
we're gonna-
reason. There we
I
go.
assume we're going to head back up, so actually we're not going to be down here for long, unless you have something else
Unless
to
we
do.
get attacked while we're down here.
Privy monster? What? There's no one here.
I don't know. I've been attacked once on a train though, where nobody was supposed to be there.
Wait, the toilet's a mimic. Oh, sorry.
Oh, please don't. That would be kind of funny, but
That's disgusting, but
bad.
yes.
Yeah,
yes.
it would be
Okay.
disgusting. I have battled the toilet mimic before. It was.
I have not, and I don't want to.
It was an Ed Greenwood game. I'll just say that.
Oh, of course
Yeah,
it
Oh,
was.
that, yes.
It was-
Mm.
That makes
If
sense.
anywhere someone's going to, yeah.
It was pretty crappy.
I love it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yeah,
it was right
oh.
there. I
Right.
apologize.
You
I'm a bad
You
person,
fell
and
for it.
I'm bad, and I should feel bad. Yes, tentacles. Exactly. Wispy Song remembers this a little bit. Actually, that's right. Tentacles were a part of this mix.
Oh,
Okay.
We just need to flush that
No.
encounter away. Just flush it away.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's true. I didn't want to
no,
waste
you
it
guys are
though. I
hurting
felt
my
like it was
brain.
Craig,
Um,
stop.
Psychic damage
Trent's
here.
gonna leave.
I don't want Trent to leave. Lose all my toilet. So he as a janitor, I too have battled a sewage golem. I can imagine, Renal. So when you get down there, stop stalling. Nice, I love it. When you get down there, so you were outside the privy, and then you go in, as you said, for a little bit. Then you come out, and then I just want to make sure you're not going in the captain's or whatever the cabin again. You're just going back up the stairs.
If I remember correctly, I never actually found the letter to begin with, so I don't know where to
That's
look
right.
or anything. So
That's right.
I will just. It's like I take an appropriate amount of time, and then I come back up, in case he is watching or anybody else is watching.
Okay. And at this point, you were back up at the top. And at this point, Halar has wrapped up his little speech and has, to polite applause and a rather thunderous clap on the back from Balthazar, comes around down the stairs and then back, and has not gone over to talk to you yet. He actually walks over this way, speaking to a few people, chatting to a few people. But Tanton, he was a moment ago making his way towards you, although if that has changed and you've moved to the center, that's okay.
Well,
But
like I said, Tanton's going back towards
where the mage was,
cabin.
right? Okay. So yeah, so he makes his way over to the railing here, just sort of casually. By this point, Tanton, I would say that you've arrived back over where the mage is. So you can tell me what you want to do, if anything, with that now that you've arrived.
He's just sort of absently picking at the buffet table, but he's staying close enough to her that I presume there's like candelabras and all sorts of
There are.
lighting thing. Yeah, he's basically just sort of absently picking up small pieces of petit fours or whatever happens to be on the thing, and just sort of nibbling and just keeping them within arm's reach.
Okay.
Of the mage.
Okay. Merime, you have expressed the interest watching the last war stuff discussion. Balthazar is introducing a couple of others, although it looks like Balthazar is also going to be wrapping up here shortly. And Ilarion and Nisiana, you have now made your way back up to the top. So now that you've done that, I think probably Ilarion and Nisiana would be the next people to pick up with in terms of where you want to go next.
Well, I kind of want to. I will basically lean back to Larry and say, "Can you see him?" And then I'm going to also look to see if I can see where Lord Olivier has gone.
And you can actually, without even a perception check, you can see
I was
that
about to say, yeah.
he is
If
he-
anyone
he is
should be able
over
to,
here
it should be me, right?
on the starboard side.
Okay.
And he seems to be Caesarea is nowhere near him, and he is just sort of looking out at the water.
Is anyone else we recognize near him?
At the moment, no.
Okay, I inform Nisiana of his location.
Okay, and the vision in purple?
The vision in purple at the moment seems to be making her way towards Merime.
Oh boy, that should be exciting. I may have to go save her later, but not immediately. She can handle it. And the third lady, the grumpy lady, where's she?
Yes, she's actually fairly close to, we're talking about Lyra, I believe.
Yes, the one who I actually made like me a little bit.
That's right. Lyra is actually standing not far away from the mage that Tantan is standing near, actually, so fairly near to them, and is sort of with her usual kind of glare, sort of looking around at the people, while she also, not unlike Tantan, is picking idly at the food on her plate.
Wait, she's acting like Tantan is?
Because Tantan is just basically just picking at the food while also looking over his shoulder, like basically close to the mage, just in case. And that's sort of what Lyra is. Not really staring at the mage, but just happens to be not that far away from them and is just sort of, eating the food, in quotes.
Can I try and do an insight on her? See if she's waiting for something, or if she...
You're a pretty good distance to do that, Nisiana. You need to get a little closer.
All right, well, then I will start making my way closer.
Okay. Alarian, you're following along the whole time?
You know it.
Okay. As you make your way over there, Nisiana and Alarian, Merime, Mercutia, the vision in purple, has arrived and says, "Oh, my dear, I saw that you were standing here on your own, just watching up and listening to these speeches. I don't know whether you really enjoy them or whether you're just expected to enjoy them, if you know what I mean. These are not exactly the most exciting types of speakers, I can imagine. I'm not sure that they would get more than a copper in one of the streets of Rote. But in any case, I hope that you've been having a pleasant time when not being forced to listen to old war stories, quite literally, my dear."
Oh, well, that's very kind of you. I've not traveled much myself, nor seen the action of these fine war heroes, so it is something different for me to listen to and perhaps get inspiration for different stories, of course. As you know, I do like to tell a fine story. What about you? How has this day been treating you? I mean, you've been on this before. Is it better, worse than usual?
These days always seem to blur together in my head, my dear. They've been fine. They're no worse than usual, no better than usual. I sometimes think this is perhaps the nobleman's way of reaching towards immortality. Simply say the same things over and over again until everything seems like it's gone on forever. You can imagine what it's like to have to be constantly surrounded by these... Oh, well, they mean well, but they're just not that interesting. I did see before there was that poem that was being read. That was lovely, but we need more of that. Where's the song? Where's the dance? Where's the anything? Even a little bit of, well, light combat. Anything to excite or bring up interest or anything. And she kind of swoops around. You narrowly avoid being slapped in the face by a purple sleeve as she kind of whirls about.
Well, I mean, the combat would be difficult without weapons, but I understand that you must attend a lot of these with your father being a speaker of the house, no? I mean, that must be quite dull if you don't enjoy them.
But that's the problem. It is quite dull. I wish that I had the opportunity sometimes to be able to, well, as I say, spice things up a bit, but father will tell me of my responsibilities and the importance of presenting the right image in the name of Rote and blah, 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 blah. My goodness, you would think that these people sometimes would recognize they were not born making out letters and stamping bureaucratic statements. They certainly had to have other interests at some time, but you couldn't tell that based upon what my father says. Well, at some point, I imagine he'll come swinging by here, and I'll be obligated again to act all interested in what he has to say. Father is a dear, but my goodness, I do wish sometimes he could break free from his work.
Oh, but Lady Mercutia, if you don't mind my saying, I mean, you are a talented, interesting, vivacious, vibrant, and beautiful young woman. Why don't you
Ah.
take off on your own fortune at any time?
Flattery will get you everywhere, my dear, and of course I'd be happy to do that. If you're offering your services as handmaiden in this case, well, perhaps I might take you up on it. Lady Di Gerasco doesn't really need you. She could lend you out, couldn't she? I imagine there'd be lots of places we could go. Of course, I'd pay you well, naturally, but it seems to me like you have a sense of excitement about you. I wonder if there hasn't been a bit of... Have you ever perhaps been involved in a bit of swordplay, combat involved at some time, I wonder? You seem like someone who might know your way about a combat field better than some of these other people who would like to pretend they do.
Well, and I'll kind of lower my head a little bit and then give her a little smile like I'm sharing her a deep secret. To be honest, to keep Lady Jarasco safe, Alarian, and I'll point a bit to the start, which I'm assuming we can see Alarian no matter where we
Yeah.
are, has been teaching me a little bit of swordplay, and I have to say that give me a little bit longer, and I don't think I'll be too bad at all, and I might be able to defend my lady as well as he is, although he is rather impressive, and I am not perhaps as impressive, but
No, I'm sure you're quite impressive, but then he obviously can handle protecting Lady Di Gerasco. You, on the other hand, would be more capable of being able to do the kind of work that was needed. I could use someone like you. Perhaps you could consider it, my dear. I mean, the wine is good, and the money is better, and the conversation even better than that. What is not to love? And she kind of swoops around. You could have all of this in one package, and could do so while still feeling as if you could break away from talks of discussions of military nostalgia, if you follow what I mean.
I am honored. Of course, I am very loyal to my lady, as I would be any employer, but perhaps you and I will get a chance to discuss a little bit more what you have in mind, in case I should be able, if ever the lady no longer needs me, to help.
I am glad to hear it. All right, well, I will take that as a very, very tentative yes. Just very tentative. I understand your mind could change at any time, and I understand and appreciate your loyalty. It seems that Lady Jarasco is a very lovely person, so I certainly understand wanting to be loyal to someone like that. But again, she already has that huge fellow, and I should ask, not fellow, that huge creature. I should ask, he's so fascinating, and I know a little bit about the Warforged, but not of their particular kind. What are they like? Could you tell me anything about them? Anything which might seem more interesting than military history.
Oh, well, they hover.
I
Which
can
is very
see that.
peculiar. Oh, of course you
Fascinating.
can. I believe that their armor, I'm not actually sure that there's anything under there. I've never seen the armor come off.
Nothing under the armor. Well,
I don't know. I really don't know. I've never. They don't have much of a sense of humor, I fear.
I
I
find
can't
that
tell you
armored
the-
figures like this seldom do. It's unfortunate.
Indeed.
Occupational hazard.
Indeed, they're very focused. They're highly focused, almost to their own detriment.
Absolutely. And to the detriment of a party, let's be clear.
Perhaps, but good for Lady Di Gerasco, of course, which is their main priority, of course.
Of
I mean,
course.
but if I'm honest, I mean, we both do very very important work around Lady Di Gerasco, and we don't necessarily exchange pleasantries that often, if ever. I mean, I have tried to, but they are very stoic.
But perhaps they just need to come out of, if you may, forgive my presumption, perhaps they just need to come out of their shell a little bit, my dear. You could
Oh.
simply break them out of their shell, perhaps telling an extra joke or explaining a little bit about some of the interesting stories that you no doubt possess. All work but no play makes one a very dull, well, whatever they are, and kind of waves helplessly in Ilarian's direction.
Well, maybe I'll try. I mean, have you? It's the first Warforged or whatever they are. It's the first one that I've known. Have you met many? Do you have any insight you could provide me so that I could help crack this shell?
Well, this is what fascinates me. You see, I've only met them in context of those who were brought after the last war. And of
Oh.
course, Father used to talk to several of them, and we even have a war forge within the castle grounds, but within the governor's mansion, I should say. But unfortunately, they're so deadly dull. I ask them about things, and they simply say, "Fine, Lady Mercutia," "Not fine, Lady Mercutia," "Please, I must get back to my duties, Lady Mercutia. I am so sorry, but I cannot talk to you anymore, Lady Mercutia." I hear these things all the time. You would think at some point they would understand the need to, well, move beyond their purpose, whatever that purpose is. And so when I saw your bodyguard here, the one who has gone along with you, I was impressed, and I wondered if they had any spark of dynamism about them.
Well, that might be pushing it a bit far, but may I ask you a perhaps more personal question, just in the interest of our earlier conversation?
I suppose all
Uh,
questions must in the end be personal, my dear. Proceed, proceed.
I, you might have heard, and you have, for I did tell it. We were attacked on the train on the way
I heard
way
that.
over.
Disgraceful.
Indeed, and frightful, to be honest. It was terrifying.
Of
I'm
course.
not used to working under such conditions.
Naturally.
Um, and you mentioned that your father has Warforge at his house. Like, I mean, were I to say theoretically that were I to come work for you, would it be just as dangerous,
Oh,
or
certainly not. We have a much more careful security system than whatever they have with the trains they sent you on. I was appalled that that was the case. No, we have a very secure, occasionally dull, but still very secure system, and you need fear absolutely nothing, especially where my father is concerned. He is, as I said, a dear, and he loves me with all of his heart. He would never do anything to harm me, and he would make sure that everything would be done to prevent harm from falling either to me or any of my servants. So you would feel as safe as houses, I believe is the term. Several houses. My father has a few. And just sort of like spins around.
oh, that is quite wonderful, Lady Mercutio. You are the life of the party. I am so grateful that you are here, dying on the inside.
Yeah.
I am so very grateful that you are here and that we have had the chance to chat as well. You are one of a kind, if I dare say so.
I hope so, but so are you, my dear. All of us are one of a kind, and that's the excitement of meeting. How else will we mix and match, as it were, and be able to find ways to, well, in fashion it would be accessorize, I suppose one might say.
Oh.
And I love matching in those ways. It was a pleasure speaking to you, but of course you must not spend all your time talking to me. I have others to speak to, and I know that you have your lady to go speak to, but, and she leans in and says conspiratorially, remember what we've discussed. Certainly, any kind of extra work arrangement can be made, but you don't want to spend all your time simply spending it with people who never come out of their shells, if you understand what I mean. Think about it. And
I feel very attacked here. I'm just gonna say.
finally, Hilarious is like, "Fuck you!" Like she's charging it.
We're knocking some people over for it. I'll tell you.
So, Mercutio bows, and then with a sort of what looks almost like a whirling dervish spin, like spins out of the way, and is rushing over towards, it looks like Hilar, who stands and kind of takes a deep breath as he sees Mercutio approaching. By this point, Nisiana and Alarian, you have reached where Tantin and everyone standing roughly near the mage is. What would the three of you like to do, I guess, now that you're close enough to each other that you could speak?
Oh.
Well, I guess I'm going to get a little bit of food, and then I'm going to lean to Tantan and ask him, well, have you found anything interesting?
Yes.
Anything you want to share with me?
And he kind of nudges his head towards the mage next to him.
Oh,
And the mage is just kind of scanning the crowd.
is she still muttering under her breath?
No, I would say not. Not at the moment, but is very intent, like is very aware of what's going on around.
And very much concentrating on something?
Not in anything in particular, no, just sort of scanning the crowd, though.
Okay. So she's not like concentrating on a spell?
No, it doesn't seem like it, but that's hard to say. You could clearly be concentrating without somatic, or without verbal components necessarily, so.
Okay. And I lean towards, so I'm speaking quietly to Tantan. I was like, when the fireworks happen, other things might be happening. Just be aware.
All right.
And then I just basically get my food and I sort of back up a little bit and I kind of do a general scan of the crowd. And I try to figure out the eddies. You know how there's certain eddies of people like, we always joke about the vision in purple because frankly I can't remember her name.
Mercutio, but yeah.
Mercutio. Clearly she is an eddy. She swirls through the crowd.
Yeah.
She brings people on. Who else is doing that? Who else is getting people's attention and swirling around?
Make a perception check for me, please, Nisiana.
Okay. Not too bad, 17.
So there is not any at the moment specific sort of eddy that you see, but I think it is fair to say that you notice some movement because there are some guests who are starting to shift towards the rail, to the starboard rail, basically over on this side.
Okay. Like that's where the fireworks are going to go off that side?
Well, possibly, but it's still a little early for the fireworks. You're not sure at first what's going on. But then you can see that they are actually, some of the guests are holding candles. And you can see that people, servants are going over and are bringing candles to some people. And eventually a few people come up to you, a few servants come up to you with a tray filled of what look like basically these candles on top of what almost look like paper boats, if you were to describe it that way. They look like they've been exquisitely folded and crafted, the paper boats on which these candles are sitting, and the candles are already lit. And one of the servants comes over and smiles and offers up this tray to you as if offering for you to take one.
I will take one, and now I'm going to look for the dude that was on the train. What was his name?
Yes, that's right. How could I have left out our dear friend? It was, hold on a second. I have my notes.
Yeah, I wrote it down too.
In multiple places.
Where did I write it down?
Wrong place. Wait a minute. Okay. You are speaking of the
Lord Jovi.
Yep. Jovi Graken, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
look for him.
Okay, Jovi Graken you don't immediately see, but you could probably, if you headed over towards, it seems like everybody is heading over towards the railing now or starting to move in that direction. Mm-hmm. So you could go the same way if you wished.
Where is Arsenio, whatever his name is?
Oregano. He's hanging out with Basil in time. So he is, if you're talking about Olivier.
That's it, yeah.
Olivier right now is sort of, he's also has one of these peace candles now. He's pretty much at the same place on the starboard rail that he was a few minutes ago. Okay. Still kind of looking out in the water.
Also, I would like to kind of get Marime's attention and kind of just sort of gesture her to me.
Which I would, after Mercutio had left, I would focus back on Nisiana.
Okay.
And head over to her as I am a good handmaiden.
I'm keeping an eye on Olivier just to make sure no one is taking an abnormal interest in him, heading toward him, directly, that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. So Jovi's on the railing?
Yes, also standing at the railing.
I guess I will start heading in.
Actually, you don't. Let me rephrase. I'm sorry. You don't know that. You haven't seen him yet, but you would assume he, like everyone else, is moving towards the railing.
I have a cat.
I noticed that.
I have 2 cats. Well, I will be looking for him, trying not to set my hair on fire with this candle.
Okay.
Because,
I did not take a candle, by the way.
Did not take one. Okay.
No, I mean, I need my hands free. Yeah.
Tanton, the candle was offered to you as well. Do you take one or no? No. Marame?
I'm going to go by my lady and just see what she has to say to tell me.
Actually, no, he does take one.
He does take one? Okay.
But
So
he
I
immediately
will-
starts to disassemble it.
That will be the job of basically just unfolding the paper, is what it seems like. But you can do
I
that.
think maybe the lit candle might be more important for him in some way, shape, or fashion.
Okay, so Marame, you're over there now. So go ahead, Nisiana. Marame is now arrived as you're
Okay.
holding this thing.
I'll lean down and say, "My lady, may I be of assistance?"
Any idea what these are for?
No clue.
And then it's just like,
Well, there's a particular Elton John song that's going to go over in a few minutes, and
I'm just like, I delivered my message to Lord Olivier. It seemed to have made him think. What about Lady Cesaria?
She's suspicious, but her brother's really hovering over her. Did
You
Olivier
need to
get the?
distract him?
We might need to distract him to get him away from her. Did Olivier get the letter?
Oh, yes. Yes, he did. I saw that he slipped one into his pocket, just a rolled scroll into his pocket as we met on the stairs.
Do you want me to go see if he left her a response?
Sure. I didn't even think of that. Sure, if you think so, but don't get caught. And if you do, there's a privy down there.
Okay, good idea.
Sure.
I'll point out where Cesaria is. Oh, and Lady Mercutio, by the way, wants to hire me away from you.
No.
It's okay.
absolutely not.
Of course not, but it's good that she's interested. We have an inn. I think she's a little bit suspicious, but it might be because she's very purple. I'm inherently suspicious of purple people.
a phrase I never thought I'd have on my bingo card, but okay.
I waved at you and I said, yes, you may go to the powder room.
Thank you, my lady. And I'll scamper off to the I'll walk off to the powder
You could
room.
actually get there fairly quickly, Mermaid, because everyone else at this point has gathered over at the rail. Nisiana, if you and Alarian are now making your way towards the railing, you can do that. Tanton,
Following her lead.
by this point, Tanton, you have managed to unfold this thing, and you have discovered that it is indeed more or less exactly what it looks like, an exquisitely hand-folded, undoubtedly, boat that was designed to hold this small little tea light, really, this candle, in the top of it. And it looks like it's designed such that it could be dropped directly and stably. So, like, if you just, like held it and just dropped it, it would just drop levelly, keeping the candle level as it dropped to the ground. But it doesn't seem to have any magical qualities. It's just very impressive work with origami, I guess you might say. So, yeah. So, having discovered that, do you want to do anything or not with that? Like, you could...
No.
Okay. So, Alarian and Nisiana, you make your way over then to the side. And Nisiana, indeed, as you get closer, you do see Lord Jovi, who is standing there, kind of looking about. And when he catches sight of you, he says, "Ah, yes, what a pleasure to see you again, my dear. I hope you've been enjoying yourself so far. There have been some, well, rather standard speeches, although certainly General Bersal is worth listening to under any circumstances. But and of course the food is delicious. I cannot complain about that. How have you been so far?"
I am quite well. There's quite a dizzying number of people here that are all very interesting.
It's true. It's true. Well, actually, dizzying number I agree with. I'm not sure if I agree with you that they're interesting. It depends. They can be sometimes. Frankly, you and your companions are far more interesting than many of these, if I'm being honest.
I don't know. I don't think I am. But what do we do with these? What are these?
Ah, this is for the flower festival. These are peace candles. We drop them off the side of the boat at a preordained moment. There will be a little, the band will play a musical series of notes. We drop them off the side of the boat, and they float down the river. There will be a little bit of a ceremony conversation that will be had by some of the people. I don't know whether Balthazar will manage that, but all very important to talk about the future of Corvair and all the nations working together, that sort of thing.
Are you having a good time?
Well, yes, I suppose. I must admit that although I don't always find these things that interesting, it is good to see everyone sort of getting along. It has not always been so. But
Right.
still, I don't know. After what happened to you poor people on the train, I will feel a lot better when this whole thing is over, to be honest with you. So many things could go wrong, and that's always a worry.
Right. What do you think of Lady Mercutio?
Ah, Lady Mercutio. And he kind of turns for a moment and just sort of looks off, and you can just see this purple, like you mentioned, eddy. So there's like this sort of purple swirl that every so often appears above and through the crowd. And he says, well, Mercutio definitely is her own element, isn't she? I, of course, find Lady Mercutio interesting. It does strike me sometimes, though, watching her, that I wonder about whether or not she can be quite as self-invested as she seems. Maybe that's unkind of me. But, well, you'd think sometimes you would recognize that she's not a bit of a bore, but she is a little bit of a self-focused person, and all noble people have egos of one kind or another. But I think most of us are aware of them. It seems that she just sort of rides on hers like a hot air balloon or something.
And yet she asks so many questions.
Mercutio?
Oh, yes.
I suppose she does, about all sorts of things. I don't really know what to say about that. Do you think that maybe there's something about Lady Mercutio? I hadn't thought about that. Thank you, by the way, Emily the Honored, for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Emily, for the 25 months of support. Thank you, thank you.
I just find it very interesting. And perhaps she is not as flighty as she seems. Either that or she's incredibly self-aware, as you said. But I don't think that that's true.
It's possible.
And then
Now
I
I'm
turn
intrigued.
to Lady, the grumpy one.
Lyra.
Yeah.
Lyra,
Yeah.
who's kind of down the deck a little bit, though, but yeah.
And what do you think of Lady Lyra?
It's the fact that I try not to think about her as much as I can that's possible. I don't know whether you've managed to get there get within 10 feet of her without having your head bitten off, but generally, Lyra does not suffer fools gladly, and to Lyra, just about everyone that isn't her is a fool.
Well, she did seem a bit harsh at first, but we seem to have come to an accord.
Well, you've accomplished one of the miracles of the age. Perhaps the last war will indeed be the last conflict on this continent after all. I'm impressed, Nisiana.
From your lips to Eberron's ears, I never want to hear of another war.
He nods solemnly. Yes, as do I. Well, if you've managed to get Lyra not to push you away from her and snarl at you in some way, you've already money ahead. And of course, so far, it sounds like you've got theories about Lady Mercutio, and you're figured things out about
I see with an
Lyra.
outsider's eyes.
And he nods and he says, I see. Well, then it is well worth it. I hope so. I'll be thinking about those things you said about Mercutio for a while.
I'm just interested if you think there's someone else here that I should perhaps talk to.
Well, I think you've spoken to many of them. You spoke to Cesar. Oh, one person I could introduce you, by the way, would be General Hilar Brosal. He is a fascinating figure. I'd be happy to make that introduction if you
I
wish.
think that would be absolutely fabulous. He gave quite the speech.
He did.
He's a general?
He is a general. He was quite prestigious in the last war and did many, many things. He's, from what I understand, semi-retired at this point. But some people say
military people ever retire?
Precisely my point. He seems a little rough around the edges, but that's obviously covering over something else. I wouldn't be surprised. You have this insight into Lady Mercutio. Do you know that I suspect that General Brissal may not entirely be fully retired. Now, I know that seems silly, but I would not be surprised if he still has some role to play in the government. Who knows what that would be?
I don't know, but look at his uniform. He keeps it in immaculate state.
He does indeed. I've actually never seen a uniform quite that spit and polished, which makes me wonder. Perhaps he's overcompensating. Perhaps there is a plot between him and Lady Mercutio. I hope so. It would be enjoyable. I mean, let me rephrase that. I don't hope it. But I must say that any bit of intrigue is, well, it's like oxygen to us sometimes. If you've been near the court for long enough, you sometimes enjoy the twists and turns. Who needs a troubadour when you can make your own song, as they might say?
Do you ever find the love triangles within?
All the time. Most of the time, though, I find I'm making them up more than finding the reality of them. I suppose we all do that. Like, tell me, if you were to put any of these people together, would you perhaps be putting together, well, let us say, and he points at Lyra, perhaps you could put Lyra together with, and he kind of looks around and his eyes sparkle, perhaps Narcy, and he points at the mage. Narcy, who has no sense of humor, alongside Lyra, who has had her sense of humor clearly surgically removed. Combine the two of them, and you would have a stern and sterner couple for the ages.
Oh, no. No, obviously you would put Lady Mercutio with the mage.
They would blow up immediately. It's like bringing together, well, hot and cold. That would be...
Yes, but would not it be an interesting combination?
Yes, a glorious blaze of flame. I see your point. While this conversation is going on, Merime, you have now made your way down to the stairs, and you can now make your way down into the stairs because, as I said, everyone is kind of gathered. And you can hear there's some music, by the way, Nisiana and Ilarion and Tantan, starting to play that signals something ceremonial is about to happen. Merime, when are you going? So you're going back down to the cabin? Is that what I understood?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back down. I assume that they're leaving themselves the notes in the same area,
Okay.
probably in the same drawer, just to simplify the passing of them. Like, I don't think they're gonna overcomplicate something that needs to happen fairly quickly.
Okay. So let's bring you down to that deck. Let me first of all let me do that. Copy. Okay. Let me paste back in there. All right. So these two are not here anymore. Okay. So you're there, and you're able to make your way. Yeah, I was going to say, there you go. So you can now make your way in there. Now, when you get back in, the cabin looks very much the way as you left it, Merime.
Okay, perfect. Can I look inside the drawer of the desk where I found the letter and see if there's another letter waiting?
I would say that seems reasonable. So make a dexterity check for me, please, as you open the drawer.
Dexterity check.
Yes.
Okay, just a dexterity straight check?
Yes, although I'll take... will I? No, just a dexterity check.
13.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's enough. When you open the drawer, you hear the sound of a little click.
Oh.
But the click does not set off a trap, at least not one that you notice affecting you. But you notice that there is a piece of parchment, and when you open it, you manage to just move the parchment aside before something sort of falls on top of it, and you can see there is a little bloom of ink which is sort of coming out over the bottom of the drawer. So it would have landed presumably on the parchment which is there obscuring it, but is no longer doing so. The parchment is there and you can read it, and it's not the same one that was there before.
Okay, so then it was a trap to destroy the parchment if it wasn't Caesarea who
Possibly,
found.
maybe.
Okay, he is a spy. I should have remembered that. Note to self. Okay, may I see? I want to read the note quickly and
All right. Let's take a look and see. Make sure that I have that.
I hope they use the same pattern. Oh, we just lost John.
Uh-oh. Well, it's all ruined. No, just give me a second.
He usually comes back.
Yeah, he'll be back in a sec. Let me... Okay. Give me a second whilst I copy this over. Okay. Okay, this one right here. Bear with me for just a second, chat. There's one thing I forgot to upload. I'm going to do that now. Okay, and we do that this way. 'Cause it's kind of important that they see this exactly the way that it's described. So that's why.
Yeah.
Okay, and then here, and okay. Now that I have that, I can now officially bring that on board. Okay, I know the pictures are still messed up. Hang in there, chat. Just bear
We're
with
still
me
here.
1 second. We are still here. Okay, we've got that. Okay. All right. So there we go. Yes. All right. Eberron. And last word. Right. And that. Okay. Right. Lovely. All right. Okay, so now hopefully I can bring. No, John's still not back. All right, hang on a second.
No,
'cause
and
I
he's
wanna...
out of roll 22, so his internet must have completely cut out.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's not on Discord either.
Internet completely broke out. All right, well then let me propose this. This is a little earlier than I was going to do it, but why don't we take this chance then to take a little bit of a break? Let's do our bio
Okay.
break now, and then we come back. Chat, we will see what there is to find with this mysterious letter and what happens next. You are watching day 25 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron Oracle of War Season 2. This is part 4 of The Last Word, and there's a lot of intrigue and espionage going on, and a lot of resubs as J-Rab is subscribed for 46 months. Thank you so much, J-Rab. Thank you for all the resubs today, folks. We appreciate it. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel, support the Patreon, and please also support these folks in their various endeavors, because that is really important as well. We will be back to you folks in 9:28. So let's say just let's aim for 9:30, about 10 minutes, so 9:38, 9:39, something like that. Hopefully by then John will be back, and we will check out some letters and intrigue. Until then, please hang with us. We'll be right back. So, welcome back, everybody. And I'm going to unmute the folks in the Zoom call. John will be back very shortly, is supposedly already heading back as we speak. So we should have him on shortly. So I will do, in the time-honored tradition of this channel, I will begin to recapture windows, knowing that that is the best way to ensure that the person will return immediately.
And completely destroy everything.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way it works. And I've
and if it doesn't work, I can always shut off my camera.
Thanks. I appreciate, Jen, that you're willing to continue to push the experiment even further. If that's really great. That's a great honor that I have such wonderful people around. Okay. So we will do that, and then we will talk about this letter that Marimé has just discovered. Incidentally, just to be clear, I would like the powers that be at WotC to know that if you would like to see more of this intrigue, and if you're having as much fun watching this on the VOD as I am DMing it, you should bring us on the channel and have us do more of this stuff. I would straight up watch any fantasy intrigue series like this. Sign me up. Like, I understand that you have a lot of machinations and police things that happen in, for example, The Expanse and speculative fiction. But if you've got a fantasy intrigue, Pride and Prejudice meets Hercule Poirot with magic or something, sign me up.
Or Jane Marple, actually.
Oh God, I love that stuff so much. It's just.
We're now invested in getting these two together, whether it's good or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Into
all of Corvair, even if Corvair is destroyed. Listen,
doesn't matter.
What matters is getting these people together. Okay, whoops. No, you are not Alarian.
You must always choose love.
You must always choose love. I have to say that you folks are going to have to stop making references to that sometime before the next millennia begins. I just want you to know that at some point, this can't go on for longer than at least maybe 7-8 decades, maybe. If,
I don't know. I thought about it last time before Gen Con. Right at the end of the game, I'm like, oh no, I should have said this.
We actually started the plan right as we left the call the last time we played. So.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I am exceedingly grateful and very happy about all of that. It's great.
I think it's amazing.
So, okay. So we'll have Larian out. Let me just bring Marimé in.
As an author, I love it when someone says something to me that references something that I've written.
That's it. Anytime. And actually, the first person who did that a lot, I have to say, was Tren. Was a person who brought that stuff up a lot about my books, and I had to do double takes because it was always like, "That's awesome," and then I was always like, I shouldn't be bringing up my own work. I'm like, I didn't bring up my own work. You brought up my own work. I'm like, all right, I can have other people bring up my work. Yeah, so I'm a big fan.
But the situation warranted it.
Well, of course. No, listen, to twist my arm,
it was great. I was
trying
to say, but I couldn't figure out how to say it. And you've already written the words that I could use to say it. I mean,
man, you people are nice.
Steal from the best. That's what we do.
That's wow. See, this is all I appreciate that, Jen. They're all setting up. I'm like, okay, so before you were talking about darts, why did all of them just get +5 magical items fall on the deck of the ship? How did that all happen at the same time? I don't know. I don't know.
Marimé gets started to that. Nisiana gets super bonus.
Right. No. Marimé, he knows that Marimé dying would turn.
No, that would turn it all evil. Right. That's the origin story of the supervillain. I would just
be like, that would be it.
No, that's the Nisiana supervillain origin. We don't want that.
I would like to state for the record that I hate this map.
You hate this map. Why?
I hate this map because that is the gangplank over there, right?
Yeah, although
it's supposed to be on the other side.
It's supposed to be on the port side. But I see, the thing is, though, the reason I'm hesitating is because that's the main deck. And so I'm looking right now for the top deck.
It doesn't matter. The gangplank would not be on the starboard side.
No, I know, but I'm wondering if that's I'm not sure if that's the gangplank or if it's something else is the thing. I'm wondering if that's a lower, because you have, essentially you have what would be blocking over the cannons, that fold down, and I'm wondering if
Oh.
that's something that's one of those
I
instead.
think it's
I
one of
honestly
the
don't
window,
know.
the shutters.
Yeah, I don't know, but otherwise, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me, Trent. I agree. I don't understand what that's about. I like these battle maps in general because these are, to be perfectly frank, better than what the original adventure provides. These are third party. But
And
yeah.
what are the little colored circles on the other side supposed to be?
Those are some of the lights, and that's why you know that remember I mentioned that there were all these lights on the ropes and stuff like that, and lanterns that have been placed there. And the thing is, it's on the port side, which is where the gangplank comes up, because it's the same side that you see them, which is why what we said about the gangplank is true. Like, it is in fact supposed to be on the port side, because that's the same side the lights are on. So
That's why it's called the port side, because that's where the port is.
Yeah, like
That's the side of the ship that you face
totally.
toward the port.
No, exactly. So I'm with you, and I don't get it. But I am not the map maker, only the map user. Okay. So, or done by someone who's never been on a boat. It could be. I think it also could. It's also possible that it could have just been an oversight, because this is obviously a third party, and they're working with multiple different drafts, no doubt, of the adventure. So I could see something like that being the case. But still, I mean, I might even drop them a line and be like, hey, shouldn't that be on the other side? Anyway. Okay, so let's get back into it, folks. We are here, and if John comes into the Zoom chat and I don't see it, if the players could just let me know that John has arrived, that would be great. And
How would we know that?
I'll bring him back in, because John would be like in the waiting room or something. Oh no, I guess you wouldn't know that.
You
would
won't see
if he
that,
puts it
yeah.
in Discord, let's say, and I don't see it, and just says, "Hey, tell Arv that I'm here." Please let me know. Okay, so we were talking about this letter, and I have this letter available. So
Yes.
let's take a look at the letter. This person who sent me a letter. And let's show to everyone. Okay.
Yay.
You
Okay.
should now be able to see
Make
it.
it bigger. No, we cannot.
Okay.
Now
So
because you can mark that down. The letter reads, I must admit, I know very little of your local avian wildlife. Indeed, I'm not sure why you would think that I know such things. Do I give up the dower aura of a bird watcher? Am I a master of the ragged ways of wild animals? I assure you this isn't the case, for birds are lovely things, even if I am not. Though your accusation amuses me, and rightly so, I can't help but feel dissatisfied, since I cannot abide by your request. You must know I wish for nothing more than to continue the business between our great houses. To have dealt you upset is a wretched blot on my honor, a stain of shame that I would hope to wash off sometime in the near future, but my decision on this matter is final. Your uncle was a fine master when I attended college here in the city, and I owe your family a debt of gratitude that I fear cannot be repaid. Alas, what you ask of for this deal is well beyond my reach. I suppose I must be as cowardly as a sky-raker thrush, whatever that is. I hope this message won't be the last word on the matter. I fear it might be. If it is, do know that I have enjoyed our mutual endeavors, birds or no birds. Faithfully yours, Lord Olivier. Thoughtful people in the audience might have noted the last word from which we get our adventure title. Okay.
Oh. I have while you did your dramatic reading about birds, I believe I have deciphered the code, because it is the same code as the last one.
Okay, while you decipher the code, John, I saw that in chat, so I'm going to try to give you the link for I'm going to try to give you the link for...
I can do it.
Okay. Yeah, just
got it.
In Discord though, because he's having trouble getting into Discord is the problem. So I was
there
going
now.
Discord? Okay, I will send it to him.
because I can I could private message him on Twitch too.
I can, Twitter.
Go ahead and do that if you can't. If he can get it that way, that's fine. And thank you, Jen. Okay, so go ahead, Maramay. Let's see what this reads as.
So if we look at the red blips, for those of you who missed the last session, if we look at the red mark letters, we in fact find the devious spy code hidden within. I know not what to do. I am torn, my love. My orders say she must die, but it would be the end of us.
Interesting.
I think I got it right.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't, I made it more interesting.
It actually said, "I will destroy you utterly," and like, oh damn it!
I hate your ovaries. What?
I will obliterate you from here to what? Yeah. Okay.
I don't understand. So he is torn, so we still have a chance to make him choose love as opposed to sickness. So um I'm gonna put the letter back into the drawer, but I want to be aware not to put it on the ink.
Right.
So I'll be careful of that, and then I will gently shove it. I'm gonna guess they're not gonna have a chance to talk anyway, so whether or not they know the trap's been triggered, it to me, can I reverse engineer? Can I see, like, in case she needed to tick something to make sure the letter wasn't destroyed, can I see what that might have been?
Like reverse engineer the ink trap, so to
reset
speak.
the trap.
Reset it,
Reset
basically.
it, yeah.
The thing is that the ink has been used up, so you would need to find some ink that you would be able to
He's in the waiting room now.
reset. Thank you. To reset the trap with.
I don't necessarily want to reset the ink, but I just want to make sure that because she would have had to do something specific to open the drawer without setting it off, and I'm assuming that she would know what that is. So I want to make sure that that part is reset. So the string part or whatever. Hi, John.
Okay.
I'm back.
Yay!
Welcome back, John.
Finally. Jesus. Each.
So,
God.
so yes, so we can have you attempt to do that. I'm trying to think what best to suggest though in terms of how to reset it. Here's what I would say, Mermaid. You can do this, but it's going, or you can at least try to, but it's going to take you a little time, which is fine. I'm just letting you know that it's going to take you a little while to try to reset it.
I'm not going to risk it. I will just place the letter so that it doesn't fall into the ink, and I will hope that she will do whatever it is, and it won't actually give away the fact that the track was triggered or not set.
Okay. As you are, as you're doing that, we will jump up here to on the top deck, where Ilarion and Nisiana. Tanton is up there as well, although at the moment Tanton is just trying to reverse engineer has tried to reverse engineer the candle with boat, whereas the rest of the party is trying to do what they can over on the side of the boat, and with the candles. And as I mentioned, there was some music up there, and everyone holds their candles, Nisiana, because you have one. Everyone is holding their candles above, basically on top of the boat, so holding the whole structure that they've been given, above the water, and they seem to be waiting for a prearranged signal.
I will watch everybody, and I will hold my thing out, and I will be like, because I don't know what the signal is.
And
or wait, was he going to actually go introduce me to LR?
Well, I don't know. Did you want to do that before this ceremony happens, or because Jovi seems to be waiting for the that thing to happen as well?
I will do what he is doing. Therefore, I will hold the boat out and I will wait.
Okay. I would like, let's see, Tanton, Ilarion, and Nisiana to all make perception checks for me, please. Please and thank you. And I almost had the windows recaptured.
Not really. Still 13. Man, I am not rolling well today.
Okay. 13.
4.
Oh.
So we have a 13, we have a 4.
It's all up to you, Ilarion. See what we cannot see.
You got this.
Uh-oh.
He's been stuck like that for a while.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It's my fault. I started to refix the windows. That destroyed the...
You doomed us.
That destroyed the Zoom gods.
Oh,
God.
Oh, there he goes.
If you want, I can roll it for him.
Yeah, please do that for me, please, Stanton. Sorry, chat. Internet issues are sometimes a thing.
See, I kind of expected this with Marie rather than...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well,
10.
okay.
Okay.
Wow.
So a 10. All right. Okay. So, okay. So you're, so at a moment happens, where there's a sort of ring, and, music, basically from the animals you may remember and all that, finishes. There's a little flourish, and then everyone opens their hand and lets their boats with the candles drop directly into the water over the rail.
Okay, I do so.
And it drifts down and then just touches very delicately the water. And there is this experience of watching some of these candles begin to float down the river, the lights, and everyone is very quiet, just watching. There's a moment where the conversation is stilled and where everyone is just, sort of silently watching. And then, Tanton, you hear from behind you the voice of a familiar voice, and he says, "Tanton, where's Merime?" And it's Hilar's voice.
Did I see where she went?
I think unless you were paying no attention, you might have heard that she was going downstairs because you were fairly near the mage and Nisiana and Ilarion. But it's possible you were paying absolutely no attention, I guess. But I thought you were near enough that you might have heard it. It's up to you. I mean, if you think you didn't hear it, then
Well, let's roll a thing and see what happens. Evens, he was paying attention. Odds, he wasn't. He wasn't.
Okay. So then, what do you say? So what do you say to Hilar?
I don't know.
Well, I hope she's not below decks, because look. And as you look up, Tanton, you can see that Olivier is making his way back to the stairs leading downstairs, where Merime is presumably coming up, or still there. Now, you don't know about the Merime part, but you definitely do see Olivier walking in that direction, Tanton.
Do you want me to set the tablecloth on fire?
He says, I don't know if we want to create something crazy, but we got to stop. If Merime's down there and he finds there could be a problem. I suppose do something not permanent. he sort of kind of just moves off quickly. But go ahead,
No.
Tent. You can
And
stop.
before he walks away,
Yeah.
Tanda's like, well, wait. Simplest thing. Hit me.
What?
Hit me.
And he kind of sighs and he says, "This is breaking some kind of rule." And then he he hauls off and hits you in the stomach, although not as hard as he might have done. Okay. So he does that. Do you have any reaction?
Oh yeah, he makes a good show of almost throwing up whatever he was eating, and basically spouting some sort of is effusive the right word? Apology.
Yes, effusive is correct.
Okay.
If you're saying I'm very, very, very sorry.
Yeah, basically.
And so again, people are like,
and basically saying I didn't know we were required to throw the boats over the side. I just wanted to see how it was put together.
and Hilar says, Hilar's like, well, I can't imagine that you wouldn't realize the protocol. And at this point, certainly Ilarion and Nisiana, you would have noticed this and looked over, and Hilar's like, I don't know that I would have noticed the protocol. And without even a perception check, you can see Nisiana that he's very clearly looking down towards the stairs, and you suddenly notice that Olivier is not where he was. That he seems to be, and you kind of following Hilar's gaze, you can see that he's Olivier, although he's stopped for a moment and is looking back, is heading towards the stairs where Merime still is.
Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
I actually run to Lord Olivier. I basically run up to him.
Okay.
I said, I need your help. My man offended the general. Please help me.
What do you mean? Offended how?
I don't know. It's something about the boat. I'm really sorry. I don't know.
But
Please
I'm
help
not
me.
from Brayland. This is not. I don't have any.
Please.
Well,
Please help me.
So, at this point, Merime, you probably have emerged and you're kind of on the stairs. and you can see that you kind of walk up and see that his back, that Olivier's back is to you, and is having some kind of a discussion with Nisiana. Tanton is semi-doubled over behind him with Hilar kind of with his arms folded, and some people kind of like going over and speaking, and there's a lot of, I saw the general and punched him in the face. What is that guy?
Please, Lord Olivier, I don't know him. And that was my man.
Well, I mean, there's no need for physical violence. And he sort of, so he turns and walks a few steps away. So Merime, you can see him moving. I don't know what you want to do while all this is happening, Merime.
He's walking a few steps away towards Hilar or
Correct.
towards.
Yeah, towards Hilar and Tanton.
I am going to kind of shuffle towards Nisiana and look like I'm comforting her, even though I'm going, what the fuck are you people doing? But I'm enjoying the show.
Okay.
And then when I get a moment, I'll kind of lean down and look like I'm comforting her, but I'm going to say what he says. He's very torn. He knows that he has to kill the other spy, but he knows that it would be the end of them, and he doesn't want to do it, so we just need to tip him towards choosing her instead of his duty.
Okay. And what is Lord Olivier? He's headed towards.
So he's now talking with Hilar, and Hilar, since Tanton's right next to it, you can hear that he's talking about it, and Hilar says, well, the truth is that this person was just showing a general misunderstanding of how these things work, and especially on this day of all days, we can't be violating these kinds of principles. And Olivier's like, well, yes, I understand, but Olivier very much feels like as if Nisiana as if someone had, like, you know, modern day run out of the DMV to grab some person in the street and be like, can you go talk to them and explain why I don't have my registration? Like, he seems to have no idea why he's in the middle of this conversation, having it with Hilar.
So once that happens, I will kind of come up and being awkward as I am, being like, I am so very sorry. General, in matters of like this, oh God, in matters of this, one should go with the heart, and my man, Mia Tantan, his heart is discovering the soul of mystery, and we've never been to here. Lord Olivier please, he meant no offense. And I'm looking at Olivier.
And Olivier's
the
like,
heart that matters.
And he kind of, when you say that, he looks back at you and he's like, Lady Di Jurasco, please don't take this the wrong way. Are you playing some kind of a joke here? And Hilar, like, is like, looks over to you.
I look at Tanton. Are you joking?
He's just. A moment. I'm sorry, what? What's the question?
You offended the general. Were you joking?
Well, it was not intentional. I mean, it's Armistice Day. Why would I do that?
And Hilar says, well, it's about time you understood the importance of it then. And Olivier says, yes, well, it appears that this has all been settled then. If you'll all excuse me, I have other places to be. I'm glad that this has worked out properly. And he looks, his gaze lingers on you quite a bit, Nisiana. And he says, I will consider this carefully, Lady Di Jurasco. Your phrasing is interesting. And so he turns, he nods, sort of bows slightly,
phrasing. Did I offend the general? Is interesting phrasing.
Mia Tanton, perhaps.
Olivia
for
sort
the
of shakes
moment.
his head.
I will actually turn my back to him, to Lord Olivier, because I don't want him to see my face, because he is a spy and he's probably better at reading faces than I am.
He's also turned away and is walking down towards the stairs again.
Wait,
I
he's
am
going
now,
down.
yeah. So,
He's
but
going
I'm
down
looking-
to. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just like, okay, I'm just basically trying to get I'm like, okay, I am now making it clear to Olivier I no longer care about him. I am now trying to deal with this.
Okay.
So, Lord Olivier is going down, but is Caesarea being down yet? Because why is he going back down then before her? Where is Caesarea?
Is that a question for me or for
Yeah, because she hasn't been down yet, has she?
not that you've seen? Well, not since the second time or whatever it works out to.
Right.
Yeah. So, but there was also a decent period of time from your first checking out what was in the cabin and then going up, and there was you had the speech, and then you had this whole flower festival peace candle ceremony thing.
Right. So she
so-
might have gone to see the message.
Conceivable.
And he might
Okay.
be going down to change his message.
And hopefully he won't notice, that the trap is.
For a moment.
I'm hoping, I hope that he won't notice that the trap has been sprung and that he wonders who, but maybe not. I mean, we're on a ship. Things happen.
Yeah. Is John actually back?
He seems to be for the moment.
Well, as soon as you say that, okay, there.
For the moment, I was on mute.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll see. I'm
Yeah,
having
you-
really bad internet trouble.
Yeah, your slide's showing pretty good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to drop out of Discord completely, John, if you haven't already, and just sort of like all power to the shields, right? Like all power to the Zoom internet, maybe.
Everything else is shut down. We'll
Is
shut
it?
that down too. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
So far, so good.
Okay. So, so with that said, so I guess the question is, he's making his way, Olivier is making his way towards the stairs downwards. And Hilar is now up with the 4 of you, theoretically. And so that does give you a moment, unless you're going to stop Olivier, that does give you a moment where it's just the 5 of you, or the 5 of you. And Hilar says, all right, it sounds like you've done some good work so far. Sorry, Tanton, I hope that wasn't too much.
Oh, no. Do you want me to go down and pretend to use the privy?
And he says, would that be of value, do you think? He says in kind of the, do you think that would help way?
I've been sampling a fair variety of things. Perhaps
no,
it didn't agree
no.
with me, and I could...
No, he's already suspicious.
Um,
And I'm actually trying to keep an eye on Lord Jovi because I know he's somewhere around here and he knows that I don't know the general. And so I'm like...
Right. Jovi at the moment seems to be looking over the rail out towards the water again for the moment. And Hilar... go ahead, Mermy.
Oh, sorry. I'll just lean into Hilar and kind of give him a quick, we found letters. We know Lord Olivier is a spy named Orsoni. We know that there's another female spy here that intends to kill, which we assume is the Black Lantern. We're not positive who it is, although we have doubts towards Lady Mercutio because she seems very interested in other people. But we're hoping to encourage Lord Olivier and Caesarea, who are in love, to just kind of take off together. That's our plan. Avoid all confrontation.
And he nods slowly and he says, I'll let you follow the way you want to go, but if it turns out that you have to take him out to stop her, or to stop him, then that may have to take precedence over any kind of letting them go off on their own. You realize that, right?
Of course. Only when the fireworks go off will the attack happen. So if we can convince him beforehand. And otherwise, there will be an attack when the fireworks is when he intends to hit his target. So keep an eye out.
And he says, So you're planning to talk to him or her before this happens? I guess you don't know who it is. Do you know? I guess you did tell him, right? That who you suspected it was Cesaria.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
he
well, we know
says,
that the lover is Cesaria, and then we think that because
right,
we had doubts about Mercutia.
right.
There, there's two. I think you should go talk to Mercutio during the fireworks, and I should go talk to Lady Illyria.
Lyra.
Lyra. Because those are the two that we think it is.
And he says, Are you planning to talk to the two of them? I mean, the
lovers?
The lovers, I guess.
I think we've imparted all the message we can at this point.
Or we confront directly Cesaria, maybe, because she's not the spy. Olivia might jump off the road, but if we tell her straight out, we know what's going on. That might be worth it. I think we should.
Oh, okay.
I think we might
If you
want to
talk
try.
to Cesaria.
What if
That's
we
her
tell
brother.
him we know what's going on instead?
I'm afraid he might go to Endgame.
What
'Cause
if we
he's the
offer to
spy.
take care of the spy ourselves instead of him?
We're not supposed to kill him. Flat out.
I didn't say we were going to, but just to get him off the boat.
He'd have to trust us. We could just say we know about Cesaria. Why don't you choose her? Go and we'll buy you time.
I hesitate to use the word blackmail, but in this case, it might be appropriate.
The problem with Cesaria is her brother, Tybalt.
He hovers over her. We need to get him away from her so that they could both get out.
How do we get him away from her?
Push him overboard. I mean, there might be another. Keep him busy.
On top of the floating candles, his body bursts into flames. Ah! Got real dark.
Oh, it's worth it.
Lady Mercutia would be a good distraction if we can get her in the way.
Well, she has quite the affinity for you.
That's true. She does want to give me a job.
Mm.
And Laura kind of like raises an eyebrow. Really?
We'll talk about my pay, but
My sizable raise. Is Tybalt spoiling for a fight?
He's certainly grumpy.
I don't know what his deal is.
Perhaps a bump by a bodyguard might distract him enough to cause a commotion. Accidental, of course.
Right at the fireworks moment?
Possibly, if you want to get to her, if you need him out of the way. If I were to accidentally bump him hard enough, he might take offense.
We need to make sure they know the plan, though. So we need to tell one of them. You know, we'll get. I don't know. I fear Lord Olivia will have to prove ourselves, and I fear he might go to Endgame, whereas she's going to be harder to talk to. But I don't think that she's going to go ballistic on us either. Like, you know, she's heartbroken, but she's not the one with murderous intent. I'd vote her personally.
Yeah, because he's gotten my message.
Yeah.
He's now suspicious of me.
Whereas Cesaria is.
Mother hen.
Exactly. If we...
brother hen, actually, but yes.
Brother hen, yeah.
You're correct.
Actually, Maramé, Valerian gives you a vial of the unknown substance that I cannot remember where he picked it up, but we suspect it's poison.
Oh.
Because A, I don't want it. B, you might find a better use for it than me. And keep in mind, we don't know what it is. We suspect it's poison. I can't remember where we took it off of. We took it off someone, and we think it is. Oh, I think it was one of the assassins, actually.
Yes,
I think it was off of them, if I
don't
remember
poison
correctly.
anybody on the boat.
If you want Tybalt out of the way, just get him to eat something.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Seriously, don't poison anybody on the boat.
It probably wouldn't kill him.
Okay.
I'll keep it just in case we need it for another occasion.
That I can accept, but dude, not on this boat. We don't poison anybody on this boat.
Well, if you want to get to what's her name, you need to come up with a distraction to get Tybalt out of the way.
You know, I do have this boat that I didn't use, so I could refold the paper and put the thing, and then go over there to drop it overboard, and then bump into him.
Set him on fire?
Well, I was thinking about it, but
I mean,
Excuse me.
so that we could have the time to talk to her and see if we can convince her to leave with Lord Olivier if we buy them the distraction.
And then I'll have Lord Jovi help me apologize for you.
That sounds good.
All right.
So crazy, it just might work.
That's sort of a plan, I think.
Okay, and then Hilar, perhaps keep an eye out on Lord Olivier, because if the fireworks display starts and he's not heading off with Caesarea, he'll be going after his target.
I'll do what I can. Also remember, you got a lot of people here, and many of them are not combat worthy, and they're not going to respond well if things go up in fire, so just use your best discretion. I don't know exactly how many of the Dark Lanterns are here. There's plenty of guards and knights, but we got enough combinations of people who know how to use weapons and those who don't to create a bad situation.
Well, if we can, I mean, Nisiana, you might be able to also get Lord Olivier talking about, I mean, he's full of himself, so you could always stroke his ego as, you know, a noble new to the scene and how great things you've heard about him, while I can maybe take
You mean Lord
Cesario.
Jovi?
No, Lord Tybalt, sorry, the brother, Caesaria's brother.
Okay. Okay, I can attempt that.
And then Tenton can be there, and if it doesn't respond and we can't get away, he can set him on fire.
Wasn't actually my plan to set him on fire, just
it
to
wasn't the
bump
plan.
into him
Oh,
and
bump into him.
possibly knock him overboard on
Possibly.
fire.
Oh,
I mean,
But if he does happen to accidentally catch on fire, I would throw him overboard to put him out.
that's very humane of you.
So Hilar says, all right, make sure you move pretty quickly. These fireworks are only going to go off, I think, not too long from now.
Okay.
And then there is this, you hear this shouting coming from the port side of the boat, and actually not on the boat, but on the dock. And you hear a group of people, eat the rich, eat the rich, eat the rich. And you hear there is the sound of people yelling and screaming, and a couple of people who you hear stuff about. It's the nobles who profit. It's the workers who suffer. The nobles who profit. The workers who suffer. And you hear these people yelling.
Well, they're not wrong.
And Hilar
is
says,
this normal?
well, that's changed. All right, do the best you can. And he kind of melts back. And you can see now that the people who have left the starboard side, where they had dropped the candles, are now looking over, and some of them are starting to gather over to the port side. And Tantan, the mage, has also made her way, not like in a rush, but kind of like over towards the side. And if all of you also go over, like, close enough to see what's happening, you could, if you wish. You could see most of the people there are doing that. Olivier has now left the deck, left the deck. But you know that you can see Caesarea, and even Mercutio is over, kind of peering with interest, and Jovi is making his way over there as well.
We need to move fast. This could be a distraction we can use to our...
Exactly. I'm scanning for anyone
who suffer. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm scanning the deck for anyone else who's moving like against the grain, as in not paying attention to the boat thing, and also not paying attention to the protest out there.
They seem to be mostly moving towards it. You don't see anyone obvious who's moving against the grain at the moment.
All right.
Also, sort of over this side, you can see that there's a group of probably 30 or so people who are dressed in kind of simple clothes, and they are yelling and pumping their fists. You don't see any obvious like swords or daggers, but there are a couple of them are holding clubs and torches, and they're kind of pointing up at the ship, and they're saying, and a couple of them in front are yelling, and one of them says, "You can party up there while we starve, but the truth is that it's because of you that we suffer." And the 30 people, behind them. And you can see some of the knights now are moving like from the gangplank over in a very organized way, but are moving over to talk with them. And that's right, you send your armored thugs to take us out. And who paid the taxes so they could have that armor? We did. The nobles who party, the workers
Is Lord
who
Tybalt
suffer.
around?
Tybalt is over there now, and actually you can see that Tybalt is sort of staring over, and he's kind of whispering actually to the mage now, who has come next to him and is whispering and kind of pointing down in their direction. And so, but everyone now on the ship, or just about everyone, seems to be occupied staring at this protest going on the shore.
Is Caesarea looking at them, or is she looking elsewhere? Like, is she near her brother, or is this a chance for us to?
She's not right next to her brother. You would say that she's probably a little bit behind the pack. She is kind of looking over towards the protest, but is still focusing a lot of her attention on the stairs to the south.
Okay. Well, this could be our chance to talk to her. So why don't we make sure that the brother doesn't interfere with her and keep him busy? And
Well, that means you talk to her and the three of us make sure he doesn't come this way.
deal. Yes, party on.
Okay. So we'll
Okay.
start with Merime, then we'll move to Tantan, Ilarion, and Isiana.
Okay.
So you're splitting to do this, the three of you along
Yeah,
with
we're splitting the party.
But we're
Okay.
not far
There-
from each other.
Right.
No, just to be
right.
clear, I want to make sure that you're, how many feet away? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
The
So,
wall of force comes out. What?
yeah, exactly. Damn it. So, Merime, you're right next to Caesarea now. And because, as I say, she's a little bit back, and she's sort of, occasionally looking down to the south again.
Okay. I will lean into her, Lady Caesarea.
Yes. Hawksmoor, Merime Hawksmoor. Do you have anything
Indeed.
else to say to me? I thought we had spoken already.
We have, but when I said that I was here to help you, I meant it. And I must alert you that I have read the letters, and I have seen the code behind them. And we wish to help you escape with your beloved.
What letters? What do you mean? Now she flushes red. What do you mean?
I'm sorry to speak so bluntly. It's not my place to do so, but time I fear may be short before the fireworks strike.
Yeah. And she kind of looks around. Tybalt is still at the rail talking to the mage, although seems to be getting ready to turn around. And she says, "How did you find these letters?"
I have a bad habit of just snooping around. You should see all the things I found in my ladies' drawers. So I'm afraid I do like a good challenge, and I found them and I decoded them, and it was a clever code.
And she
But
kind of looks at you and says, "You are not a handmaiden. Who are you? Who are you
I'm-
working for?"
I work for Lady Nisiana di Jurasco. I am a handmaiden, and I'm also useful in other situations.
And she kind of... If I'm wrong, and I trust you, and you betray me, then I will have lost everything.
I would not betray you. Why would I come speak to you? Were I
Because you
intent
mean
on
to-
betraying you?
Because you're using me to get to him. That's why.
No. No, all we want is for you to get out, for everyone here to live, and for you to have your happily ever after.
So she starts shaking, and she says, "It's not his fault. It's not Orsino's fault. He's loyal, and he's trying to do his best, and he didn't mean to fall in love with me, or me to fall in love with him. You can't hurt him. You must promise me you won't hurt him."
I will place my hand on her shoulder to try to steady her, and I will say, no, I promise you that we will not hurt him. If you can leave with him, if he goes through with this, you know what will happen, and it will never be good. Now is your chance, and it's your last moment, so you can either trust in me, a stranger who has your best interests at heart, or you can hope that somehow this will work out, but it won't. You know as well as I do. I've read your words, and I've read his. You have one chance to escape. How can we help you make that happen?
You must know that his orders are to kill the member of the Dark Lanterns. It's Mercutio. He will kill her if he can. But I told him that if he kills her, we cannot be together. He's torn. He doesn't want to do it. I know he doesn't, but he's loyal. Okay, now, meanwhile, while this is going on, Tybalt is now turning back and sees Merime speaking with Caesarea. So Ilarion, Nisiana, and Tantan, you can see that he is about to kind of scowls and starts moving, begins to leave the rail. Meanwhile, by the way, the knights down below have started to somewhat peacefully break up the protest, although there is the sound of oppression and defund the knights. You know, you hear stuff like that. Like there's a bunch of screaming stuff like that happening.
Nope, not gonna say it. Not gonna say it.
Nope, I went as far as I would ever say.
No. Yeah, we're just gonna leave that alone. I'm not doing anything until I'm
watching.
Tanton, yeah, I thought he was gonna move next.
Okay, so it's up to you, Tanton, because he's starting to move.
So since they are chanting in a fairly rhythmic thing, Tanton has refolded his boat, and the candle is probably about half, burnt down.
I would say, and it was a tea light, so it wasn't that much, just so you know.
Right.
But
yeah. He's just kind of bobbing the boat in time with the chanting, like he's like when you've got a kid and you're trying to get them to eat something, like, and he's basically moving across the thing, and he's moving towards the port side. And so as he gets over towards where Tybalt and the mage are, he trips and molten candle wax right into Tybalt's face.
Okay, let's have you make a I'm gonna say a dexterity check on this, just to make sure that you aim where we go.
You got this. Do you still have a hero point?
No.
Chat, by the way, I think I may have lost chat. Can people still see and hear?
I saw your
test.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Wispy Song is inspired Tanton. Okay, good
Yay,
stuff,
thank
Wispy
you,
Song.
Wispy
Thank you. I just want to make sure because my server wasn't
Song.
responding. Thank you. Okay.
There's a what?
Oh, Arudinel already. Trending is double inspired. No, it's okay, Arudinel. Wispy has already inspired. I'll restore that to you.
You are the best. Thank you both.
This is a dex what?
This would be a dexterity check, which you can use it, assuming you're doing that. You can use at advantage, assuming you're using that inspiration.
I will.
Oh, good. Oh, wait. I believe in you. I believe in you.
And he's wrong.
Which?
I don't know. You rolled a d4 for some reason, but...
No. That was to decide whether or not Tanton had noticed.
Never mind.
Thing.
I just noticed the one. And I'm like, wait, my lucky comes into play.
18.
Okay, so as I desperately try to get the freaking thing re-added. Hey, okay, I can use my own bot. Right. Okay, so let's see. We had an 18 as opposed to the right. So yeah, you pretty much you stumble and just and he kind of staggers back. What is this? So now one of the knights that looks up is from down in the dock where they've been breaking things up, is like, and starts heading up the gangplank, and the mage comes over to you, is and sort of puts up a hand and doesn't cast a spell, Tanton, but very much is don't move from this spot type of thing. And Tybalt is like, clumsy idiot, what are you doing? Who are you?
I was attempting to I missed the ceremony on that side. I wanted to put my boat over those like everyone else had done.
The boat gets sent on that side, you fool.
I step forward and I'm like, Tanton, enough. My lord, I am so sorry. I am so incredibly sorry. My man, he did not mean to do that. He is not. Oh, my lord.
Whether he meant to do it or not, he can't stay on this boat. Take him down. Take him away. Remove him from the boat. Don't put him in jail. Just take him off this boat. You can add him to that group over there. As you can see, they're now being kind of
go to Spanner.
Off.
Yes.
Go to Spanner.
My lord, I apologize.
My lord, I am a healer. I know I'm not allowed to use magic, but may I? Is there anything I can
No,
make?
it's fine. I've had worse. It's just
But my
foolish.
lord, my man did this to you. Is there something I can do?
So as this discussion is going on, Merime, so Cesaria has said the stuff that she mentioned before, and says, I don't know how he's planning to kill her, but he'll do it at the time of the fireworks if we aren't gone by then. Anything you can do to help, I would accept. I don't know why he's trying to do it. the details of the mission. He said he didn't want to make it more dangerous for me, but he said it was for the good of his nation of Thrain, and I don't know what all that means, but anything you can do to bring us together, yes, of course.
Well, the distraction, it seems that your brother currently is busy. So perhaps if you will come with me towards where Lord Olivier is, and you can both be off. As the fireworks will soon go, but right now people are distracted, so now might be the time to just go. Do you think you can convince him to follow you?
I don't know. Not without someone else there to help. At least to give him more information, more than just what I have given him. I don't know. He's battling between love and loyalty. I can't damn him for that. It's one of the reasons I love him.
Of course you do, as you should. Will you go to him and see if he'll go with you now?
I can try, but someone needs to be there. And what about my brother? And she turns around and she's like, does a double take? Like, is that a candle in his face?
Yes, he's currently busy.
And
so
this
why
is the
don't
point where he's like, gesticulating, and Tantan is gradually making his way to the gangplank, and Nisiana seems to be like, talking to him.
Mercutia's the woman in purple, real quick.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Cesaria's the one I'm speaking to.
Right.
Cesaria's the one I'm speaking to.
And Marie gets that point because she flat out said from the beginning it was her.
I'm sorry, but you're gonna name a boat it was trying too hard with clever wordplay, which gave it away. Not you, of course, Greg. You're clever.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, if I was a spy, that's totally how I would act. No, that was fine.
Absolutely.
So if you're
I was
just fighting
like
yourself,
that.
like I was thinking about that would be very much a Marie spy vision.
Woohoo! So I will turn to her and say, will you trust me to come with me now? I believe Olivier has gone back downstairs. Why don't we go find him now?
All right, but my brother will want to know where I am soon. We won't have long.
We'll say that you've gone to the privy. Even ladies need to go to the privy.
And now I need you to make a persuasion check for me, please, Mermaid. This won't be too hard a one, though.
Okay.
Groups of ladies always go to the privy at the same time. Why is this so difficult?
14.
I looked up and only saw Tantan's 1, and I was like whatever is the one extra, I'm like, oh god. Then I was like, wait, no, that's not the right one.
Thankfully, I have a good bonus because I didn't roll well, but I
She's
have
within 30
8.
feet of me. So.
Yeah. I was just like, wait, what? No. So, she... All right, yes. So, she agrees to go with you.
Merime, as you're moving her off, oh no, you can't do it. Shit. Never mind. We don't have the mind link.
No, there's no mind link.
No mind link.
I miss it so bad. I can't even confirm or...
No, dude. Yeah.
The entire, next 5 episodes are just going to be, welcome to Anti-Magicaville. God damn it.
Damn it, Greg!
Magic has got out of
Stop.
control and spread across the continent.
I'm like, listen, it's just the way the adventure goes. I totally...
Telepathy no longer exists.
Then Illyrian goes to... Wait, Nisiana, you're still talking to Tibble, aren't you?
I am. I'm trying to convince him to allow me to heal him.
And he's sort of maybe semi-agreeing, although by this point the knight and the mage have come by his side. So you don't know you're going to be able to hold him here much longer, Nisiana.
I don't know, but I'm just like, please.
Yeah.
I am a cleric of good standing.
We can't do this. No, it's not necessary. I have my own healers. Lady Jarasco, thank you for your kindness, but really, it's fine as long as he's off the boat. He won't be harmed. It was a common mistake, I'm sure. Please, now I have places to go. So he's now starting to look around clearly for his sister. Merime, I assume you're now moving her down to the south.
I am moving her to the south, and I'm trying to stand behind
I have
her,
interposed
to cover
myself
her.
between him and them.
That's
so
what I was
going
gonna
to
ask
further.
later.
Yes.
Thank you.
And he's sort of looking. He's like, could someone move? Are you? Can you please move? He's like, so he's kind of like looking back and forth, and he's just like, "What, Lady Jarasco? Is this your bodyguard? Could you move this? Move this
Which one is your healer?
here?"
Kick off of this clattering pile of bolts.
And so
the mage. Are you the healer?
and the mage is like, I am not I believe that my lord has asked you to move this bodyguard. Please do so we do not have to remove him by force.
I am attempting to do just
Valerian,
that.
please step back 2 steps.
And I do so, still
Okay.
maintaining.
So he's just like to the side. And so, okay. By this point, Merime, I would say that you're over by the stairs with her. And as you bring her down, Olivier is coming up. And so about halfway up the stairs, they stop. And Olivier is staring up at her, and she's staring down. And Olivier swallows and says, Lady Caesarea. And she says, Orsino. And he kind of just, what do you mean, Orsino? And Caesarea says, she knows. It's all right, Orsino. Now Orsino immediately tenses, Merime, and like hand goes back to his belt. Now, he doesn't
I am
attack
not
you yet,
your
but he's just
enemy.
like,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I am not your enemy. I want to help you and Caesarea escape. Leave together before things get out of hand.
I need you to make a persuasion check for me, Merime.
I will inspire.
I wondered if an inspiration was
Thank
forthcoming.
you. Thank you. I will use it at advantage then because I am inspired.
I am inspired.
Persuasion, okay. Oh God, it's a
Wow.
good thing you inspired me.
I was going to say.
Help if I did the exclamation point.
Before another war begins,
Seriously.
let us stop it now.
So, he kind of, his hand is by, thanks, Trent. His hand is by his belt, and then he gradually sort of brings his hand free from the dagger, from his belt, and he says, what do you know of what has passed between us? He's saying this to you, Merime.
I know that you're here to assassinate a member of the Dark Lanterns. I know that you are in love with Caesarea and are torn between your duty and your heart. And I know that if you go through with your mission, you'll ignite another war and something that none of us want to see. Whereas if you vanish now with your beloved, you'll have a future. And so will all of Thrain and all of Eberron, really.
Do you know why it is that I was sent here to kill this spy?
I do not.
Mercutia has uncovered a renegade Thrainish plot to corrupt Brailish nobles and steal trade secrets. And if Mercutia reports back to her superiors with the details, the fallout will lead to war. My superiors know that. They want me to avert a war. That's why I was sent here. Do you really wish to take a chance, whoever you are, that by stopping me, by having us run off together, you haven't made the situation far worse? And so Caesarea sort of is like, and she says, what if he's right? But this doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Orsino. None of it matters. And Orsino says, it does matter. Peace between nations does matter. My country does matter, Caesarea. And she says, as much as me? And he sort of falls silent. And Merime, you don't even need an insight check to see that his hand is trembling a little bit. The one that was by the bed.
Do you,
Ilarion, by the way, just one note. Ilarion, at this point, he's finally basically made his way around you and is like, where's the Lady Caesarea? He's starting to say.
All right. Meanwhile, Nisian and I are having a conversation in text about something we might want to do.
Okay.
Come on.
You keep having that convo. Merime will come back to you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to take a chance on them here. Do you know of the draconic prophecy? Are you aware of it?
Everyone has heard of it. Why?
I know of a line of it that speaks specifically to today, to tonight, and that says that a member of the Silver Torch will kill a member of the Dark Lantern, leading to war.
And he's like, and there's just like pin drop for a moment. And then he's like, it refers to me? The draconic prophecy refers to me?
That
I've done it.
Yes, I win. No, Ma, I made something of myself. No.
That you will. It refers that you will start the war in this moment.
Can you be sure? Can you be sure it's not referring to the idea that whatever happens will start that war? Maybe
No.
by getting in the way, you're making it happen.
We spoke to one of the top scholars of Flamewind, one of the top scholars of the Draconic Prophecy. The Draconic Prophecy, you might have heard of her. And she is the one who interpreted this for us.
And he sort of,
I'm trusting you by telling you this.
I'm trusting you by listening to it.
Mm.
And Cesaria says, Orsino, you know what this leads to. If you would leave behind this life that you told me yourself you long to be done with, then leave now. Believe her. Come with me away from this place. And let these people, she kind of looks at you, Mermaid, do what must be done for peace and war. And Orsino, sort of trembling, almost turns away and puts a hand on the banister of the stairs for support. And he says, you ask me to tear out the center of my life.
She's asking you to protect Thrain because this path will lead to war.
Above on the deck, you hear Balthazar saying, all right, everybody, now that little disagreement is over, it is time for the fireworks to begin. And there's a little cheer that goes up. And Orsino kind of looks up for a moment. Go ahead, Mermaid.
This will destroy Thrain. What you are about to do will do more than just impact. It will impact all of us.
And he kind of looks up and then back and forth between Caesarea and you.
And it will destroy her, too. She loves you. You have a future where you can do good wherever you go. This isn't the only way to help your country. There are other ways as well.
Make a persuasion check for me, please.
Gotcha.
This one I'm going to give you at +4.
Oh, thank you.
Now, if people want to give advantage on top of that, that's up to them. So give it a minute, just in case.
Okay.
I'm giving poor Rudnell a chance, since Rudnell has tried to inspire like several times, but been ninja'd each time.
No!
So it's up to you, Rudnell. You certainly don't have to, but I wanted to see if you wish to do
Yes.
He's like, no, now I'm going to save it.
that. Now it's my inspiration.
I want war! Yay!
I inspire war instead. Okay. All right, so you've been inspired.
Thank you. Mwah. I will roll at advantage. Persuasion?
Yes. Unless you want to intimidate, do it or die.
Holy fuck!
I believe in you! I believe in you! Actually, no.
I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
You can't do
Wow.
guidance when you're at that distance.
No,
No, it's not guidance.
Wow.
It's bountiful luck.
Bountiful
Yeah.
luck. How close do you have to be to do this?
Oh, hold on. Let me make sure.
It's not like if wherever your party may be, from
think
miles
it's 30
away.
It's 30 or 60 feet. Hold on.
60 feet. It's 60 feet.
60 feet is close enough.
Yes.
Oh,
That's very, very lucky. Wow. All right,
Believe
bountiful
in
luck.
her.
This is why we level. All right, go ahead. That's fine. You can.
But not an advantage anymore. Just
Not an
normal.
advantage, just a
oh
regular
come on, I
roll.
rolled two
Wow,
ones.
that was amazing. That was amazing, Marie.
Yeah, that was
It's
something.
incredible. Not in a
I've
good
never
way, but
seen
amazing
that.
nonetheless.
It's like you were like, so this is what I think, and then just fall down the stairs, literally, just like.
I'm kidding. You suck. Okay. Okay, I'm rolling it again. I'm very nervous.
Listen, stupid, get your hands right. No, sorry.
Okay, that's better.
A 16's a lot better than 2 9s. Wow, that was epic. So, all right, so you do that, and so he just,
Not my best work.
and then he draws forth what looks like a small metal dart. It's so small, actually, that you wouldn't even have noticed it if he hadn't pulled it out and then held it.
Wow.
And then he drops it. You hear this like ding, 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 ding as it falls down the stairs. And he says, "All right, then. It is time for a change to follow my heart instead of my duty. Lead on." And Balthazar says, "All right, bring them up then. Bring them up." And the servants you can see now, Nisian and Tantin and Ilarion, are like bringing the fireworks down to like the side.
Tantin is on the. It's not on the boat. But
Correct. That's right. No, Tantin sees it too, but from his position next to Spanner, I would gather on the because they didn't tell you to go home. They just told you
No,
to get
I
off the
said
boat.
go to Spanner
Right.
because
Spanner was on the
if
foot of
I
the gunnel,
yell
right, or the foot of the
Ilarion
gangplank, right?
yells,
He's
Let's
near
see
the,
what-
but he's probably in with the people who are chanting and being led off. He's not
Yeah,
in
exactly.
with them, but
yeah.
Yeah, I would
But
imagine he'd be barking
At
with them.
this point, Nisiana and Ilarion are going for the vision in purple,
Okay.
and
So-
I've got a plan.
Okay. So Mercutio, who's kind of swirling, is sort of looking around as arms folded as the fireworks are going down. And this is simultaneously as Merime, you have brought Orsino and Caesarea on deck.
This is kind of actually while we're there, she's convincing him to do this. We were discussing it. And we're going to
Yeah,
move.
we're
like,
moving into.
Yeah.
You can start moving in that direction. I don't think you're going to... I think this conversation is happening pretty fast. Remember, some of that
Yeah.
convo that they just had was happening while you were doing your
Oh, okay.
thing.
There
you
was
know.
that.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
There-
That's fine.
true.
So, yeah.
All right.
Is the only way off the boat through the gangplank? Like, Orsino,
or
you must
overboard.
have had
Overboard.
a
There-
plan. You
There,
must have
there
had
are
an
ways
escape
out
plan.
the boat. There's got to be.
And he says, "There is one. But to do it, you'll need to, the idea was to wait for the fireworks. And then myself and my accomplice would make our way. But I don't know whether that will work now, although perhaps with all of these distractions there might be a chance. But
What
we
do
needed
you
to wait
need?
for the sound of the fireworks.
Well, aren't they starting the fireworks now? Aren't they about
a-
to start?
In any moment, yes.
What do you need me to do once those fireworks start so that you two can get off of here safely?
Get them to look towards the bow of the boat. We'll head for the stern. If we can get off that way, the knights down there are already dealing with the protest that was happening.
All right, I can definitely do that. You get in position and you make sure that her brother doesn't see her. And
And
And I
Tybalt,
will-
speaking of that, is sorry, just one sec, quick,
Yeah.
Marie. Tybalt, by the way, at the moment has been kind of, oh, wait a minute, I need to, because like as Balthazar has been like, all right, let's get the fireworks going. Like just this crush of people are like rushing over excitedly, and he's clearly scanning the crowd trying to find Caesarea. So, okay, so now continue with what you're saying. I'm sorry, Marie.
and I'll just be like, I will do a distraction, and I'm looking for Tantin. I don't know. Oh no, I know he's been thrown off by now. I'm like, shoot, he'd be great at this. I will buy you a distraction at the bow of the boat when the fireworks go out, and you make your way out quickly and never turn back, never return. Do
He
what you
nods.
must do to keep peace where you can.
He nods and he says, "Thank you. Whether you can do this or not, someone should tell Mercutio that you were the only shield between her and my dart this evening. But you," and he looked down at Caesarea, who's kind of just looking up at him, he says, "Your dart had already pierced my heart." And he turns back to you, Merime, and he says, "Thank you." And Caesarea says, just gives you this quick, almost impulsive, which for Caesarea, who is not like super effusive, just sort of gives you a quick hug, Merime, sort of unexpectedly, and then says, "Thank you for both of us." And then they move down to the the port side of the ship, and move towards the basically the towards the stern of the ship. while you move up towards the bow. Now, as you're doing this, Alaria and Nisiana, you can be making your way at this point up to the vision in purple if you want. Merame, you see them doing that, so I don't know what your idea for a distraction was, but you could do that. Also, so you tell me about that, Merame, and then Tantan, I want to know what you're doing at the foot of the gangplank, or next to Spanner, or whatever.
When the fireworks start, I am going to stand, because there's a bit of a lip here, right? Like a raised section
Yes.
at the bow of the ship.
Yes.
I'm going to stand at the edge of it, and I am going to tap into my performance powers, and I'm going to say, noble citizens of Brayland, please join me as the fireworks light the night in singing our anthem to peace and to the future. And then I will lead them all into song. I
would like you to make a performance check for me, please.
Please roll well. I will do great. I feel it.
I believe in you. Oh,
Yes!
Okay, good. Otherwise, I was going to get you to launch into I'm proud to be a Braylon, where at least I know I'm free.
For our
And
listeners,
just
that's
cough
21.
afterwards because I don't remember.
21.
Little did you know that is their
21.
national song.
Yeah, exactly. No kidding. That's just
As
like,
she realizes she doesn't know it yet.
and
I'm gonna just take my clothes off.
that's a whole other kind of anthem. All right. So
It's Yana, I'm gonna jump overboard. See you later.
she starts to do that as Nisian and Tantan, and Alarian, you're making your way towards the vision in purple. I'll talk about that in a second. Tantan, what are you doing at the foot of the gangplank, or near Spanner? I'm sorry.
Tantan has kind of reassembled his boat and candle, and made sure that it's lit again. And he's poured a little bit of the molten wax on top of Spanner's head and kind of used it to adhese the boat to the top of it. And then he's got Spanner just kind of running around, so the boat is still sailing down the river like it's supposed to be, but it's basically just attached to Spanner's head while it's running around. And he's like, "Happy Armistice Day."
Okay, so that's going on. Meanwhile, we have Merame leading everyone in an impromptu singing of the Braylist national anthem, which I'm sure is going over super well with everyone who's not from Brayland. But no, the all seems to be going over quite well. Balthazar is a fan. Meanwhile, Alarian and Nisiana, you have made your way up now, and the servants, it looks like, are just about, Tantan, you can see, just about ready. And they look a little nervous as Spanner with the flame keeps running by these rockets that they're setting up to, prepare. Oh, yeah. So Nisiana and Alarian, you get up to Mercutio, and she turns to you with a big smile, and she says, "Well, the time is almost upon us, my friends. It's good to see you. It's been quite a night, hasn't it? Quite a night."
It has indeed, and it's going to be even better. My handmaiden has told me that you are absolutely enthralled with my Star Forge.
I am, and she says, and I'd like you to make an insight check for me, actually, Nisiana. Larian, you can do this too, since you're right there.
Throw me to the wolves, aren't you? I see.
For a moment, I
told
misheard
You're
you.
going to have to be impressive to her.
And you
Oh,
thought I
God.
said what?
Apparently,
misheard
I'm
you.
only mildly insightful tonight.
You're very distracted. There's a lot going on.
Well, better than me.
Okay, what was it, friend?
I misheard, and I thought she said you're deeply enthraned with.
Enthralled.
Ingrained.
So, yeah, Nisiana, you can see that Mercutio seems slightly distracted, kind of looking around a bit. Maybe.
Okay. So I thought I would bring Alarian over to protect you for the moment.
To protect me?
Yes,
Well,
of
I'm really
course.
honored, but I don't know that I need protection. Do I?
Oh,
Is there something
Both,
happening now?
all of us need protection.
Well, so do
especially
you.
when we're
This is
looking at the
yours.
stars. Well, I'm with you, and thus he will protect us both.
And she looks up at you, Larry, and she says, "Really, are you capable of protecting that many at once? You certainly look formidable enough for the task."
Oh, did he just freeze?
I'm
He looks
amazed at
frozen.
you're just stable. He doesn't even
Stoicism
move.
is-
I'm stunned. It's like he looks definitive. He cannot break. Well, what if I just snap my fingers? Or perhaps tell him a joke.
Oh,
All right, knock knock. Who's there? I'll start.
John got it.
So Alarian just sort of stands staring into space.
There we go.
Basically, our plan was to basically be like right on top of her for the entirety of the fireworks, and he was going to be there to protect, and we were both going to watch, and he was going to be enticing to her, or even if he didn't want to be enticing to her, I was going to make it so that he was enticing to her.
Fair enough.
But his internet denied me.
Yeah, I
putting
know.
John in a awkward position. Damn
Instead, Alarian just stands there, staring. And I think what I'll do is I'll switch over to the cams only, and maybe that way I can at least just fix those at least, so I can get the reactions of people.
Poor Alarian.
Poor
John.
Poor John has had
I know,
a
that's
rough one
frustrating.
today.
Yeah.
What is going on with the internet in Wisconsin tonight? I don't
I
understand.
don't know, but it does not like him tonight.
It is not happy.
But we
about
like
all this.
him. He's
Well,
our
I know.
friend.
Well, right. I mean, that's the idea. All
One
right,
of my
give me
favorite parts of
one
the
second.
convention is having breakfast with him.
Yeah, John is good people. All right, let's get over there and go like that, and like that, and then so Chad, I'm just gonna get
Lulu
this
will
thing.
now play the part of Valerian.
We will fix
You.
that quickly. Just bear with me a second, please, and thank you. Okay, so this way at least I can. This is rapidly becoming the John available overlay as opposed to the John absent overlay. That's how that's going to work. Okay, there's that. And last is Merime.
Yay.
Yeah,
I mean, not last in our hearts, of course. Just,
of course not.
After rolling 2 1s on a persuasion check, I
Yeah,
don't
well,
know.
That
that
was
time they
really
were last in.
impressive.
That was very impressive.
Thank
okay.
you. You saved me with your bountiful luck.
Yeah, that was.
Because
I
I
was like,
believe-
wait a minute. Okay. Right. Okay, good. Now everyone's back the way they should be. Okay, so, as the three, as you were over, so you have Alarian and you standing next to Mercutia, and Merime, the sky explodes in a glorious display of colors, and the guests start to pointing up and looking. And at that point, Merime, you have a chance to act. So, or actually, you're up front doing your thing, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah,
so you've been
I
doing
am
the Braillish
performing.
thing. So you are drowned out by the, and I'd save our faithful bit as the fireworks
And
are going
then-
off.
But did they start like all looking up at that point?
They do.
Because between
Yes.
the two, I feel like the distraction might be
They
set. Like,
do.
do I get the impression that there's time for
They do.
the two to escape?
And I think, Tanton, you're actually able to see from your position that as the guests are looking up at the fireworks, 2 figures break away from the crowd and they rush onto the docks, and they keep their heads down until they're a few hundred feet from the ship. And Orsino and Caesarea briefly look back towards the vessel. They catch sight of you looking at them, and you can see there are smiles brightening their faces for a moment before they both turn and escape into the night.
I'm going to shoot them in the back.
It's like, and war comes anyway. And so we do that. As they make their way away, I am going to jump forward slightly in time and space, where you are in the office of Flamewind, and you are standing talking to Flamewind about what you have discovered. And Flamewind says, "This confirms it. The Oracle of War does speak the true words of the Draconic prophecy. This makes it valuable beyond compare, and it is your destiny, I deem, to unravel its mysteries. I hope that your efforts in Rote have averted war between the 2 nations. Only time will tell, and even now, Brayland and Thrain have grown closer to some conflict. Still, there is much left that can be done. I trust you'll allow me to help you further in these matters." The Sphinx turns away, and you see the reflection of her eyes twinkling in the glass of the window. And it might simply be a trick of the light, but it seems to you that somewhere down far below on the streets below Moorgrave University, you might see moving into and through the crowd a quick flash of purple. But maybe that's just a memory. And that is where we will bring the last word to a close. So, a couple of notes about this, folks. First of all, I would like you all to mark a legacy event because, and we will call this legacy event Runaway Lovers, which is what you chose to do. The Runaway Lovers has the following mechanical effect. And that is because you've been contacted since then by several representatives who have told you this. Once only during any adventure in the Oracle of War campaign, so any future adventure, you may call on Orsino himself for assistance. Now, you have to have at least 8 hours free to contact him. But the benefit of this is that Orsino has a spy network, and that spy network can answer 3 questions for you. This is very much like the commune spell, where you're able to ask 3 questions of the DM or of your god, in the case of the spell. So you'll be able to ask 3 questions of Orsino's network. After you've used this legacy event, it's then gone forever. So you only get this as a one-time only opportunity. But it does give you a significant advantage that would have otherwise not existed. And
Nice.
that, as I say, is going to bring us to the end of part 6. Oh, and also, the party has leveled to level 7.
Woohoo!
Yay!
And the last thing I wanted to mention, by the way, is that as we begin the final portion of Season 2, which is going to be this next adventure, the final part of Season 2 is called Song of the Sky. And so that is going to be the last part of this trilogy of adventures as part of the overall group. So, good work, folks. That was a ton of fun. Here's John back. And I feel really bad that John ended up missing aspects of this for it. Welcome back, John. I don't know how much of that last part you caught, John, in terms of...
I caught the legacy thing, so I was listening. My iPad, for some reason, was still working and streaming, even though everything else wasn't.
Okay. So there was a moment where they were just like, you're stoic and you just won't break no matter what. But anyway.
Someone commented out, like, what the hell's going on? I must have froze. This has been just a nightmare.
Thank you for the cheer, Dragon Spear. I appreciate it. But good work, everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened because other than that, I was having a blast watching you folks play through the moments of intrigue. And we had a lot of moments of tension and some humor. And we even got some star-crossed lovers thing going on and everything. And it was good stuff. Yeah, congratulations, folks. Good work on this. And it was there were a lot of ways that could have gone badly. And I frankly think you would have had some serious issues. Probably with that double crit fail, Marie, probably that would have resulted... I think he probably would not have gone along, is my guess, if it had not been for Bountiful Luck, because it's hard to escape a double crit fail. So
I know,
Bountiful
it's
Luck
like
was
you're...
pretty freaking clutch.
Yeah, thank you for that. Holy crap.
I'm so glad I took that.
Still recovering.
Yeah, that was something. So let's talk a little bit then about how people felt about stuff. First of all, Jen, good stuff from Nisiana today. Obviously, Nisiana, I think your careful work in building up connections with certain people over the last few sessions really paid off here, because it meant that you were able to do things like talk to, Lord Jovi and talk to some of these other folks who were kind of neutral advocates for you. And that, I think, was really helpful at a time when you needed them. And there were times where things could have gone very badly, where they got very tense and you had to sort of think on your feet. So that was good stuff today. And then obviously going over and, apologizing for, Tanton, who became the I'm going to do everything wrong guy, accidentally on purpose, throughout was really fun to watch. But there was some good work coming out of Nisiana today. How did you feel about the session today, and where will the fine folks find you next?
I enjoyed the heck out of the today's session. Playing the heart of the group, I just really leaned into that part. And I'm very appreciative that Tantan is so willing to basically be the bumbling character, even though we know he's not. He can be distracted, but he's not bumbling. So he knows when he needs to be that stereotype. I love that. I got really invested in these star-crossed lovers because I love a good romance. I really do. Now I'm going to be thinking about them running off and, having...
In the fireworks, the light of the fireworks and all, yeah.
Other than that, Mercutio was actually fun to watch, even though I was like, man, she is such a spy. It's her or the grumpy one. Gotta be one of the two of them. I'm still not certain that the grumpy one wasn't a spy of some kind.
Like a double spy.
A double spy, a spy who's... She's literally the exact opposite of Mercutio, which really makes me think she's still a spy of some stripe. Otherwise, I had a very, very good time. I'm very tired. And I'm glad that bountiful luck worked. Of course, now that this means that Trendane and I will need to spend some time next week figuring out what I'm doing for level 7, because I have no idea. But that is a problem for future gen.
It's a good problem to have, right?
It's a good problem. I like spending time with Trend.
Mm-hmm.
And we only spent 125 gold on healing this last session, story session.
Yeah, there wasn't much combat in this area except for on the train, but once you actually got to the boat, there were places where you could have gone into combat. And let me tell you, if Orsino had thrown down with Merame, that would have been a joy and a half. Fighting on the stairs with oh man, that would have been, get ready for it if that happened. But
I
it didn't.
have no armor and no weapons and no magic. Would have been awesome.
But
and
now
I'm rolling
we do know who one of the Dark Lanterns is, and I'm not sure what we're going to do with that information. But that might be something that we need to leverage later.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, otherwise, you can find me online as JenniferBrozek.com, Jennifer Brozek for Twitter. Also, there are 2 days left in an day and a half left in an open call for 99 Fleeting Fantasies. I'll put that link in the chat in a moment. And that's about it that I can think of right now.
Good stuff. Thanks, Jen. And good work tonight. John, I feel really bad for this is there wasn't a whole lot of Larian. I mean, you did do some things with Larian, but obviously much of it was just fighting the internet all night. So that was
technical difficulties.
Not a joy, I understand for sure. But Larian became sort of a figure in people's imaginations, just sort of what is this? Let's look at Larian. Let's have the Larian. And the moment where you were going back and forth, this thing was cracking me up. I'm trying to keep him from blocking. It was very Larry Moe Curly moment.
Very slapstick, yeah.
But yeah, other than that though, I know you would have preferred a close one, and then soon, hopefully, you'll be able to do that and be back with us with all full internet, fully operational. How'd you feel about tonight's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, other than the time offline, it was a lot of fun. And Nisiana and I had hatched a plan. If we deprived Orsino, or whatever his name is, Orsino of his target, he couldn't kill her. So we were actually, but Nisiana was being a little too subtle about it. I just want to go and say, look, there's a threat. You need to leave right away. And try to hustle her off in urgent method. Because then if she's not around to kill, he can't kill her. And therefore his mission is thwarted that way. Luckily, Merame was able to talk him into doing the alternate route, which worked out well. So we were working in the background, I think, and it was just kind of fun, just kind of floating around, looming behind her all the time.
Yeah,
just watching stuff. And it's like, yes, he's 8 feet tall. Of course you can see him, and I could see everyone else. Which it was still enjoyable. The technical stuff really did suck, but I still had a good time nonetheless. So, and people can find me typically here. This is the only streaming game I play. Very enjoyable, and looking forward to next time. Lord knows what we're going to do with all this stuff. We talk to Hilar, and I don't know. Yeah, the Dark Lantern thing is very interesting. That whole plot.
Yep.
Sounds like it needs a thwarting somehow. So, but that's a next session.
I was gonna say, because the Thrain, so according to what Orsino claims, right, his superiors sent him because Mercutio had uncovered this rogue Thralish plot, which suggests Thrainish plot, which suggests there is in fact a Thrainish plot that is still going on. So that's and as you might have heard from Flamewind at the end there, like the countries may still be preparing for war.
Yeah, I did catch that.
The whole thing is not a good situation at all. And now you got to
infinitely
figure
more
out how to
complicated. Right.
But good news, you get to interpret a draconic prophecy that covers all of Eberron, so that should be fine.
Kudos to Maramé for bringing that up too. It's kind of funny. I mentioned the prophecy. That was really clutch too.
Yeah,
it's much more complicated, and we don't do complicated politics very well. Although we handled ourselves pretty well this time.
We did.
Yeah. And Jen, I owe you a drink because you won the bet.
What was the bet, by the way?
Yeah.
I was sure at some point, like, assassins would come out or assault the boat. I expected some sort of actual attack to happen. Jen said, no. Arv wouldn't do that. And she was correct.
You got a protest and you got an assassin
that
on
was
the boat.
Tomato. That was tomatoes. I expected outright
actual assassin attack.
Or hijacking this.
Some
sort of like violent attack on, and it didn't happen. So yeah. So Jen and I bet a drink, and it's worth the next convention will be at apparently, or actually when I come out to Seattle later this year.
Yes.
Yep. So there you go. But well played. It was fun. It was a lot of fun to have to rely on our wits and words rather than weapons for once.
Good stuff. And good work today, John. And sorry about all that other frustration.
I'm going to get that Ethernet cable and just plug right into the modem. I'm tired of this nonsense. It's driving me crazy. So, yeah.
That makes it a lot easier when you're able to do that. But
Exactly.
we will have you back here soon. You had no idea what was going on there at the end of Twitch. Yeah, well, they were in the midst of it, but they handled it quite well. So, but good stuff, John, tonight. Marie, great work again with Maramé, and yes, a lot of very clutch moments. Obviously, the persuasion, the double crit fail one into the bountiful luck was quite something. And again, that wouldn't have been available in level 5. Like level 5, you would have been like, well, it's time to draw daggers. But
which I don't have.
Which you don't have, right? So you would have been like, time to swift
punch him in the face.
Bruce Lee time or something. Yeah. So there was that. But I think also the kind of lead up to it, the mentioning of the draconic prophecy, and I thought, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it felt to me like when Maramé gambled, and that actually was you kind of gambling. I think you were like, you know what, this may be a really bad idea, but this is the only thing I can think of to kind of seal the deal. Is that fair to say? Like,
it is very fair to say. I was running out of like ways to persuade, and it was like I need to give them something extra. And then also pointed out the fact that I knew he was Silver Torch. I was hoping that would kind of Silver Flame or whatever. I was hoping that would kind of no, it is in the prophecy. I know who you are without it being in the letters.
Right.
I know what you are because of the prophecy. So that's
and it kind of blew his mind. You could see he was just kind of like, and that. Yeah, that moment, there was that line where you said something like, I'm trusting you by doing this. He's like, I'm trusting you by listening to you. And that, just side note, if anyone ever wants to know what is like one of Arv's favorite things to do, it's when you have two super competent like spies or the equivalent, basically like, you realize that I could do this, but well, listen, I'm trusting you. And it's like they're having a discussion on a level different than what most people are having discussions with, because there's a lot riding on this. Like, this could literally lead to war, and like, it's this King's Citadel rep talking to the Silver this Silver Torch rep. So that was fun to watch.
And I didn't know how far he was gonna have to push it. Like, am I gonna have to reveal that I'm King's Citadel? Like, how far am I willing to go to stop this from happening? Because, and it's not just like, there's layers too, right? Like for her motivation, because she doesn't want the war. The draconic prophecy happening is terrible. Her sister is also near Mercutio, which she knows at this point.
Right.
Like, so it's got like layers of, I've got to stop this in the stair. Like, this has to stop without blows, peacefully, get it done.
Yeah, because there's a version of this in which either you go along with them and you actually help kill Mercutio because you're like, maybe you're right and this is like the greater good scenario.
Yeah.
And there's a version where you just kill him. And where you're like, look, we got to take out the spy. Like, we don't have time for this nonsense. And I could see different parties having done that, but you folks really like threaded the needle of one of the harder ways of doing it, but in a way, it's one of the only ones that seems like you can all look yourselves in the mirror at night. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not. But that was hard. It would not have been if you decided to either go along with him or to go along and just take him out. That's not a bad call. Like how dare you do that? Like, I mean, that is fulfilling one of your duties. So that was interesting to me that all of you made that decision. But Marie, you ended up being the person who ended up executing some of it just because of the way things ended up. So.
Yeah, I like that. It was fun. It was very it was fun knowing that we were all playing well together. Like we were all like the way that we all wove into the room, tried to keep like the boat, trying to keep people off, trying to keep them occupied, trying to figure out where the magic's coming from, and while keeping the cover of being the retinue. Like it was really interesting. I really enjoyed that. Yeah.
Yeah, that
I
was
really,
good
really
stuff.
enjoyed that. Yeah.
That was good stuff, and we will see what the impact is. And then, of course, we had the performance of the Brailish National Anthem, which Mara May clearly knew by heart from beginning to end. I mean, that was definitely part of it.
I'm a bard. How else am I going to like? Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I just separate note. I love the idea of Balthazar just sitting there being like, "Oh, lovely, someone's doing the anthem." Like the guy, like the father in Princess Bride. Like, have you heard? Did you see that? She kissed me. Like that was the image I had in my mind. Anyway, that was cracking me up. So it was good stuff. Marie, where will the fine folks find you next?
Next, I am tomorrow. If you'd like to watch a is it tomorrow? No, it was today. Never mind. I pre-recorded stuff for virtual, and now I don't know which day it is. So next, I don't know where I'm going to be next. I was just at Gen Con. I'm very confused. I'm going to be at CanCon in Ottawa in October.
Yay, CanCon!
Yay, it's going to be fun. Greg will be there. We're going to hang out.
Yep.
Jen will be joining us virtually. It's going to be fun. So I don't know where I'm going to be next, but you can find me on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram as Glitterbomb Bilodeau. I have cats. I have smalls that are growing up too fast. I write books. I tell stories. So yeah, come hang out. That's where you'll find me. Come find me because I don't know where I am. It's like a quest.
It's like a quest to find Marie. Yeah, well, it was always a pleasure, Marie. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Again, good seeing you last week. Also, yeah, the father of the not. Yes, I have the father of the freaking Humperdinck's dad. Who's actually semi-nice.
I remember that.
That dude, he's a nice guy. It's not Miracle Max. No, it is not Miracle Max. The one is just like, hey, it's absolutely not Dragon Spear. It's where he's just like, oh, she kissed me. Isn't that lovely? That guy. And that was not Miracle Max.
That was right before Princess Bride said, I'm going to go and kill myself now.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice?
And I'm going because you've always been so nice to me, and now I'm going to kill myself. Isn't that nice? Oh, she kissed me. Yeah. You know. But anyway, it was good stuff. And also, do I have any virtual Worldcon folks like Marie or Jen? Are you doing okay? Because I'm going to be doing virtual panel and a reading.
I've actually got a table talk as an editor saying why do editors pick certain stories and not?
Oh, cool.
And how do you get out of the slush pile?
Cool.
Plus, I had four panels.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Very cool. I was just curious about that. So I'll talk more about that with chat when we are there in a couple weeks. Anyway, thank you, Marie. Good stuff as always.
Thank you. That was fun. And I forgot to register as a panelist for Worldcon, so it's all good.
Oh well. Yeah.
Meh.
It's not like you haven't had other things to do. You've had some other stuff going on.
I don't know where I am. Doesn't matter.
It was good to have you here tonight with us.
Thank you.
Tren, I know that a lot of stuff has been going on, so I hope this was of some enjoyment in all those things. Regardless, it was always good to have you here, and I was laughing at a couple times. First of all, the moments of like stumbling, pushing the candle in the face was very funny, and somehow that candle and boat, which I'm not entirely sure that a tea light continues to be that malleable or the boat after the multiple things you did with it. But there's a certain point where I ceased to care, and I just love the idea that it became this prop that you could like attach to Spanner's head. And like that thing, you did more with the origami boat tea light candle piece thing than I had imagined someone might do. And also you were keeping close eye, obviously, on the mage, which was one possible route that this thing could have gone down that way. And that's the other thing, too. If the whole thing erupts into combat, well, then you may need to be sort of checking up on the mage. So it all made sense, but it was amusing to me. And then you're like basically kicked off the boat, because of how dare you do this to Prince Humperdinck. I mean Tybalt, who I know everyone loved dearly and was so sorry that happened. How did you feel about the session today, Trent? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, I knew until you asked me.
And then it went away.
I'll start with the where will people see me next. Tomorrow morning on YouTube, we were doing the second day of ModCon, where those of us who are involved in Beyond Skyrim, the first day was today, and tomorrow is the second day where I will be opening for the first half of the stream. I'll be the MC. Basically, it starts at 9 a.m. Pacific time. It's 1300 UTC, I think. But anyway, so I'll be emceeing the first half of the panel, and then they'll switch over to somebody else because I have D&D here in the house for the second half of the day. So, yeah, it's just follow me on Twitter if you don't, and I'll retweet it, or just look at Beyond Skyrim, and you find it there. Probably look up Beyond Skyrim on YouTube, and you'll find the channel too.
Yeah, Rudnell's finding the link now because it's pretty cool. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it'll be pretty cool, I guess. I hope. Please let it be cool.
Please let it be cool.
And then aside from that, back here on Tuesday.
For Adventures in Middle Earth, yeah.
Adventures in Middle Earth. Yeah, when we came into this for tonight, I was, as I mentioned to everybody else during the break, that I was basically of the mind that Tanton was just going to grab a candelabra off the table and club that mage over the back of the head and just knock her out so that all your magic would be restored and everything. It'd be like, all right.
The first thing that happens is someone being like, "What the hell are you doing in your head?" Like you're just like
it would be like the scene in not Pulp Fiction, totally wrong show, but they both have Bruce Willis, The Fifth Element, where Father Vito Cornelius grabs the medal out to the trophy thing and just baps her over the back of the head and knock. It would be that scene, but in Eberron, and without Mia Jovovich. Though she could probably play the Vision in Purple, I met.
Yeah, I could see that. So it didn't work out that way, as it turned out. It worked in a very different direction.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
But I was relatively sure that we were going to have to kill Mercutio ourselves. But I think more likely, once we all kind of got together again and started talking about what happened individually, we all kind of was like, okay, what happened with you? And we got everything all synced up and everything. That Tanton would have been like, oh, okay, so we know that she's a spy for Thrain, so what we need to do is make sure she gets the wrong information. We don't let anybody know that we found out about her, and we just start feeding her false information.
Well, she wasn't a spy for Thrain. She's a spy for Brayland.
Well,
she found out the Thrain.
She found out about Thrain, but
well, still.
Yeah, no, either way. I mean, the funny thing was, at a certain point, I had this image of, like, the classic, in a police procedural where you have the turf war between, like, the feds and the local police, right? And that at some point, I had this image of the Citadel being like, these goddamn Dark Lanterns. Like listen, we know who really does the work in Brayland, or whatever, because you weren't even sure who it was for a while.
I can't even believe we didn't have to reveal who we were to anybody. That was the most incredible part.
When the fireworks started.
Yeah.
And R was saying that we were all looking, through the crowd and whatnot, and Tanton was off and everything. Part of my brain was like, okay, so what's going to happen is, since none of us are looking at the fireworks, it's actually magically enhanced fireworks that have images of each of us and says, these people are the King Citadel.
What a missed opportunity. I would have been like, Kings, woo, and Marinade, woo, Ilarian, woo. Oh my God, what a missed opportunity. That would have been the best. Oh man. And that you would have been like, well, shit.
Just step right off the ship. I'm just going to start walking.
And Halar is just in the ship, like, they just like shaking his head. No,
I'll be with the little boats. Bye.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was the other image. I had the idea that you would accidentally set them on fire and then put them in the boats and send them down the river. Anyway, there were funny images with it, but nonetheless, Trent, I'm glad you're able to hang with us tonight, and I'm glad that we had, as usual, our great work from this amazing crew. And as you know, chat, I love this intrigue stuff, but literally the campaign is just building. All of the stuff that's popped up, we've already had the Oracle of War, we've had combat before, we've had intrigue now, and now we've got the backdrop of looming war, and that always makes for really fascinating discussions as well. So there's a lot more down the pike coming for the Infinity and Beyond crew here. And I have to say, 7 levels in about, what have we been doing this, like about a year? Maybe. That's not terrible. I mean, like, you know, given the amount of time that we've been able to play. So I feel like that's not bad.
Speaking of which, when we start the next episode, we roll our hit points.
That's right.
Oh,
and you will all have back to your 1 hero point again, by the way.
I should write that down.
Oh,
Yep.
I thought Jen was being. I didn't know we'd leveled. I thought Jen was just mentioning about the
No.
future thing. Okay.
And note, by the way, that in case people are like, oh, well, yeah, Merame could have used one. Merame was out of hero points. And thus could not. In fact, I think everybody was out
Nope.
except Ilarion.
Correct.
Well, no,
Didn't even use this.
Tantan, had you used one, actually?
Yeah.
Last time.
Last
Yeah.
time. So so pretty much everybody was really out of it. That was the other thing that was really amusing me, was everyone being like, oh, I'll just contact them through. Oh, I can't. God damn it. Like
That. Oh,
the anti-magic thing was so funny to
We're
watch
gonna
you all
feel-
play with.
glad you
We're gonna feel
enjoyed
s-
it, Arv.
Yes, we're gonna
Yeah.
feel so
I did.
powerful when we have weapons and armor and magic.
I know.
love
Think
to see
it's
it.
almost as if your
Uh-huh.
power came from within all along. It's almost as if,
Because
see,
that's
You're
funny.
gonna make us clap again?
the power of the heart. The power of the heart.
Also, we need to learn a whole bunch of new hand frickin' signals to talk to each other.
New ones.
Without
We need to
magic.
make up original ones, for crying out loud.
Yeah. Oh man, it was
I
great.
can't.
Yeah, exactly. The real power is the friends we made along the way. That's right, Princess.
Oh my God.
In any case, good stuff from everybody, and we will have these folks back with us very, very soon. Now, chat, as a quick programming note, we were supposed to be doing this again next Saturday. There is a player schedule conflict, so we have to talk in Discord about that and see what we want to do, and whether we're going to forge ahead with 3 or whether we're going to stick with, whether we're going to not do that and then reconvene as 4. But we'll talk about that and let you folks know what the decision is. But you will have Infinity and Beyond and more Eberron coming very soon as we move into Song of the Sky, which is the next part of this. So.
All
I
right.
can't believe it's not some destructive song of utter destruction. It's actually kind of uplifting. That's amazing.
I'm excited.
Well, it begins with a red-orange sky, raining ash and doom. Like, no.
But there, okay, that's what I'm looking for. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
No.
Song of painful sky wars, whatever.
It's very metal. It's that kind of that version.
See?
Anyway, it was great to have these folks here. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew of Trendane Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of John Helfers, and of Jennifer Brozek. Thank you so much, players. Great work, and I will see you folks very soon.
Bye, everybody.
Bye for now. All righty, good times, good times. That was a blast. I really enjoyed that. And yeah, it was one of those things where I wasn't sure exactly how the crew was going to deal with the stuff that they dealt with. I wasn't sure how they were going to manage it, but there were multiple ways. There were also things that I might not have thought of. They could have done, I don't know, they could have blown up the boat. They could have done all sorts of things if they wanted to, but instead what they did was they focused on getting these two together, and probably, I mean, I'm sure part of that was the whole, as Jen said, because it's the star-crossed lovers thing, but I also think that part of it was also the idea that there was some separate, that neither one of these ideas worked right, like or at least there's not enough time to verify it. So having the guy be like, no, because if I'm not allowed to finish my mission, then this person who works for your government is going to end up starting war. And even though, and especially because she's doing it for the right reasons, like she's reporting a Thrainish plot. And so, from a Brayland point of view, you'd be like, yes, you obviously should be reporting this plot to the government. But according to the Thrain spy, well, if you you do that, then you're going to create war, because that means that that's going to lead to greater political fallout. So there were ways to get very invested in this and end up sort of doing the thing of actually killing your own person technically, or of being like, you know what, no, and also we're going to kill you, or of letting Tybalt know, or like arresting Orsino, or there were any number of things that happened here. So it was very, very interesting to me to see that this is the method that they chose, was to go after and sort of put the lovers together. And that I think is an interesting way to manage it. And we will see what the implications will be beyond the mechanical one that I mentioned before. But it was a great time, and I hope you folks enjoyed it as much as I did. And that means that I am now going to rise up on out of here, folks. Because it is time to do a little bit of work and then head to bed at a reasonable hour. But it is not going to be the end of stuff this weekend for the channel, because tomorrow we have our own The Rising Ties, who will be returning with our next Speculate Twitch event, and that is going to be with the Strange Friends playing Fractal Spire Girl by Moonlight. Now, if you have not had a chance to watch this, we have 2 campaigns right now running that are associated with Speculate. One of them is that one. The other one is Court of Blades, Valorword. Now, Valorword Court of Blades, we are literally just getting into. We've just basically been doing world building, so we're finally going to be getting to play, which I'm looking forward to on Friday. And that session, thank you for the follow, Picklex Gaming, and also thank you to Codename John, I think it was, who was here before. We also had a host earlier on, if I'm not mistaken. Codename John, yeah, and there was also a host, Praxagora Thesmophoria, that I didn't have a chance to thank for the host, so thank you very much. Was popping in to see some D&D. Awesome. Yeah, we're just wrapping up from our session tonight, but anyway, so one of those sessions is Court of Blades, Valorword. Very swashbuckling and also very court intrigue and stuff like that. I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be awesome. But the Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire, if you have not had a chance to see it, is very intense. There's some very, very intense role-playing going on and some very careful role-playing going on. It's one of those ones where you have to be very careful about the stuff you reveal, about how far you push, about what circumstances you push. So it's been interesting to watch that playing out, and I do not think that this crew is... I don't think you could do that with any crew. I think that they can do it because they trust each other and they've played together before. But it's very much in that category. It's very much in the category of we have to be super careful and just make sure we're doing this in the right way. So it's been very interesting to watch. And if you get a chance to watch it with The Rising Tides and The Strange Friends, which is Yuri Kusano, Yogawan Lin, Mike Underwood, and Valerie Valdez, that crew has been doing a great job. So that's going to be tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Monday we will be off. Tuesday we'll be back at noon Eastern with Adventures in Middle Earth, our next session of that with that crew. That's going to be a good time. And then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern, back on GOG.com for Pen and Pixels with more Talisman Adventures as we start a new adventure in that campaign. Then we'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, and then on Friday we will be back with that aforementioned Court of Blades session where I am playing, not DMing. And then on Saturday, probably more of Eberron, but it partially depends on what happens with this schedule conflict that I just mentioned. So we will see how that goes. So it's going to be a good time. I'm very excited for it. Yeah, we'll be talking more about that as time goes on. But if you like what you saw and heard today, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Please subscribe to me over there. I have thousands of hours of content over there, so please sub to me over there. Please check out as well my Twitter, !ArvTweets. Please follow me there. Website is arvanelleron.com. Financially, and !ArvCord is the Discord channel. Please come hang out with us there too. The financially !Arv shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond and Adventures in Middle Earth. And soon we're going to be having some Mysterious Peaks stuff, which is our newest campaign. That's going to be coming up there soon as well. !Arv Treon is the Patreon. That's sitting right there. 21 patrons, $200 per month. You can get a lot of cool stuff for both yourself and for the channel if you support us over there. And you can get inspirations to help our players, and God knows the players needed them tonight on several occasions, so you can do that. You can also get those inspirations by subbing to the channel at the tier 2 level or higher, and any of those things that also would get you those custom emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. And subbing to that channel, a number of you did that today, moving up to that 5-year mark of support, which is hard to believe. 5 years, my goodness. So it's going to be great. That subbing really helps as well. So please support on those 2 levels if you possibly can. Otherwise, as always on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Very excited for Athos Arts work that I'm doing with them, including that and Gray Shade. I'll talk more about that in a minute. Exclamation point Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. I saw a lot of those being sold at Gen Con this past weekend, and it was made me feel good. I warmed the cockles of my heart. I loved it. So that was really cool to see. So we've got that. We have got exclamation point Gray Shade, which is my newest novel, Gray Shade, which came out in May. Very proud of that. Renegade and Heretic are the 2 sequels, plus the 5e adventure the 5e source book and new system, actually, TTRPG, which is coming out as a result of that Kickstarter. That is all starting to come out. And now there is a backer kit, and I should actually double check this quickly because we can actually link that now. Let me see. I think we actually have this linked. Yeah, here we go. So here is the link. So I want to show this actually just very quickly because this just went live. So if you missed this before, and if you did not have a chance to do this, BackerKit has now taken over, now that we have funded. BackerKit has taken over and is going to be funding some of these. So we have everything Gray Shade, so you can get signed paperback copies of the Gray Assassin trilogy, ebooks included, plus the Book One audiobook, hardcover and PDF editions of the Gray Shade RPG, and a limited edition individually numbered Founders Coin with Founders audio files. So you get a lot of that cool stuff there. So there's that. And then there's From the World of Gray Shade. So you can get the paperback novel, you can get the role-playing game. I signed, by the way, about 140 copies of Gray Shade when I was at Gen Con. So we have a lot of signed copies there as well. We have signed paperback novel trilogy. We have the ebook one. We've got the PDF of the role-playing game, audiobook, Founders Coin, Founders Audio. We also have a couple of Tales and Tomes left. We also have more of my graphic novel. We have Night Ivy by E.D.E. Bell, the award-winning E.D.E. Bell, by the way, who's the guest of honor, guest of honor at CanCon coming up. We have the Rogue Artist 2022 Argent's Game Fair anthology. We even have a Tip the Indies thing there as well. So all of that stuff is available now on BackerKit. So if you missed this, you can actually go there now to that link that I just placed, and that will allow you to pick up copies if you missed this before. So this is where we're sending people for now. Kickstarter folks are still getting files and are being sent out to them. So the BackerKit, this sort of second life that BackerKit has provided is wild. It actually gave a lot of people extra stuff for Esper Genesis and other things. And so that's very cool. And I'm very excited to see how BackerKit does with more things that we've got that are going on. So that'll be great. So that's the deal with exclamation point Gray Shade. Thank you very much for doing that, Rising Ties. I appreciate it, man. Otherwise, though, I think the only other thing I need to mention is, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war and fight back bravely. This is a small way that we can step up and help them in that fight. Now, we are going to do a raid today because it's not super late and we had some pretty solid turnout tonight. So the raids work this way. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanets have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanets have landed. You've got Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany What, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown. All the Arvanys you can do when you were brought over automatically to the person that we are going to be raiding. And I think I know who that's going to be, actually. I have rated these folks before, so I think this is going to be good. Yeah, this is going to be good. This will be a good person to raid. So stick around for that raid. But I want to thank everyone for being here. Remember, we will be back here on the channel tomorrow at, I believe, 7 p.m., he said. I think it's 7 p.m. Eastern, Rising Tides can confirm, for the next Speculate event, which is the Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire. So you will definitely want to make sure you're here for that. I want to thank the wonderful mods. Thank you to Arudinel, to Dragonspear, to Hillness, to the Rising Tides, to Triffity Mats for being the best in the business. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much as well to my Patreon supporters and subscribers. Arudinel, Dragonspear, Hillness, Rising Tides, Triffid, Nonstop, Wispy Song, Crit Twitch, Errant, Light and Passion, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Radio Johnny Panda, and Trendane. More about those last two folks in just a moment. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Black Fury, to Codename John, to Eraser. Thank you to Jet Li. Thank you to Jemai. Thank you to Nintendo Switch, to Whiskey Jacks, and to Yamickle. And special thanks today to my players, to Jen Brozek, to Marie Bilodeau, to John Helfers, and to Trendane Sparks for being awesome people and wonderful players that I am lucky to get the chance to play with. That's it for me. I'll see you folks on Sunday for, as I say, more of Speculate with Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire. But until then, I want to thank all of you for being here, and please stick around for the raid. And until I see you next time, as always, everyone be good to each other. Bye for now. The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Hilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle. And everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it, especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey, and saved Salvation. But can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn.